Is the circus still going?
I don't have Showtime, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either.
And no, I do not think Todd Bowles will get fired. They don't have a very good roster right now. Now, if the San Francisco kicker would have made his kicks, it wouldn't even have been a game. A lot of that yesterday.
The Atlanta kicker?
Yeah, he never
Carlton
misses. He
Gurley?
missed 3.
Yep.
He makes all those. That's a win and a cover, David.
Tell me about it.
We went 1 for 2 in our combined picks.
On the 3?
Yeah.
We both had the Steelers, but we both had the Falcons in Georgia, right?
Yeah, Georgia's bad.
Oof. A lot of pressure on Mike Bobo this week.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, Miami played with fire one too many times.
At 3rd and 18, I don't know if you watched the game, but there was a 3rd and 18. I think it was late third quarter. They'd gotten back in the game. They've got him 3rd and 18. And Georgia Tech hits a guy wide open to convert. I'm like, you got to stop that. You can't allow 3rd and 18.
Yeah, that's a tough loss, Ambient. That's a tough loss. But it looked to me like the kick was low, by the way. Arch, Paula, AJC, Adam, and Ambient wondering why? Why? Oh, jeez. No, Paula sleeping is tough. I can't lay flat. So sleeping is, I can't sleep on that side. So I can't sleep on my side. So it's getting rest right now is the hardest thing. Thank you, Feeney. Yeah, we knew the Gator game was going to go like that. Come on.
Yeah, we were actually foolish to not play it.
We were. I mean, when we thought the game would be 49-10 and the spread was 21-22, why did we not play it?
Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Overreaction Monday. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I come at you from the West Coast. And no, not the West Coast of Florida. No. The West Coast. Yes. In LA for Monday Night Football. Dolphins and Rams. Each team's with 3-game streaks, one winning, one losing. We'll get to that a little bit later in the show. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How was your weekend?
Good morning, David. Good weekend. Watched a lot of football. Spent a little bit of time with my daughter, as much as she'll allow me to spend with her. You know, I mean, she's of the age now where I'm not that important, as long as there is, money in the wallet and a ride to wherever it is she's going to.
Right. It's the driving Miss Daisy thing you got going on, right? Yep. Okay.
But good weekend of football. Some surprises. Last night was crazy. Yesterday was a little nuts. All day long, with the Chiefs snatching victory from the jaws of defeat.
Whew.
Pittsburgh somehow figuring out a way to win, and the Lions keep on winning, David.
What, they did something that hadn't been done since the merger in terms of 5 or more turnovers and down by 3 or more scores and come back and win a game? First team since 1970 to do so? Yeah, so the Chiefs have won. You go back to last year. Haven't the Chiefs won like 15 in a row now?
Yes, that's the exact number.
Right. The last 6 of last year and now 9-0 to start this year. Now, Chiefs-Bills is coming week in Buffalo, and we'll get to that much later in the week. And yes, the Chiefs should have lost. Yes, the Lions should have lost. You could argue Pittsburgh should have lost. But, Mark, what do good teams do?
Figure out ways to win, David, and they all figured out ways to win, all differently, but yet they all come out with the dub.
What is remarkable to me about this very exciting and in some ways compelling NFL season is the separation, though, that's going on. Like last week, you said, hey, David, what is there to overreact to on this Monday? And I said, well, I think it's that everybody wants to fire coaches. I think that's the overreaction. Well, sure enough, the next day, if not right after our show, Dennis Allen got fired, the Saints head coach. I wonder if any NFL head coach gets fired today because, man, the bad teams keep getting worse. None of the bad teams, those that were bad, got their acts together in early to mid-October. Arizona was 1-4 or 1-3. The Rams were 1-4. They've won 3 in a row. I mean, here we are into November, and it's kind of like, nope. If you started the month good, you're good. And if you started the month bad, you're bad. There's no coming back. And, I mean, there were games I got to admit, it's bad in Chicago.
It's really bad. I mean, the numbers, not just losing, but how they're losing and how bad the offense is all of a sudden, David.
I mean, the whole franchise is all in on Caleb Williams. 9 sacks, 3 points. And it's getting worse now week to week to week. And you wonder if they need to do what Carolina did earlier this season in what's year 2 for Bryce Young. But Dave Canales just said, yeah, we got to sit you. It's not productive at this point. You ain't helping us win, and we ain't helping you get better. You need to sit. All right, we'll figure things out. We'll come back to you. But for now, you need to sit. And you wonder if in Chicago, he needs to sit.
I don't think it's the worst idea, but I don't think it'll happen.
I don't either. But wow. I mean, wow. That Hail Mary has ruined that franchise. Ruined it. He leads them to a come from behind win on the road. They're going to be what, 5-2?
Yep.
Before that pass? And now they've lost 3 in a row, and they are spiraling.
Pat Irwin talked about it when he was with the Jets, what happened to his franchise when Dan Marino pulled the fake spike and beat him. They never won another game.
It was the 94 season, Pete Carroll's one and only year as head coach of the Jets. They're 6-5. They're playing Miami for first place in the AFC East. I think both teams were 6-5. And Marino and the Dolphins come back, fake spike, touchdown, they win. Jets finished 6-10 with a 5-game losing streak, and Pete Carroll got fired. 1 year, boom, fired. And this is year 3 for Eberflus. And, I mean, that's the football situation in Chicago. How about the football situation in New York? I have to admit, I don't know which one I'd rather be.
I was going to say, which franchise do you want to talk about first, David? Because you had mentioned on Friday, losing to the Carolina Panthers is a good way to get yourself fired.
Yeah, it is. I mean, when they're down 10-0 at the halftime, I'm on the plane flying from Indianapolis to LA. And I'm thinking to myself, if I'm Dable, how am I handling this? It's only 10 points. I mean, you know, if you keep your wits about you here, you really can't come back and win this game. But there's a part of me that wants to trash the dressing room here. There's a part of me that wants to just say, they're the worst team in the league, and we're losing to them. And I don't even know if they had 100 yards of offense at halftime. You know, I thought they might yank Daniel Jones at halftime. I thought the kneel down to end the first half might have been his last play as a Giant. So that situation's horrendous. They've lost 5 in a row. They're 2-8. They're number 2 right now. All right, we talked about it. 9 teams went into the weekend with only 2 wins. All right, yeah. The Giants right now, Jacksonville's on the clock.
A spot that they are used to being in, unfortunately.
Yes. And by the way, I mean, in a way, what happened yesterday to Jacksonville was good. People can stop blaming Trevor Lawrence. After yesterday, you can go find other reasons. But you can stop blaming Trevor Lawrence. Because without Trevor Lawrence, you didn't have 150 yards of offense. So it's not Trevor Lawrence's fault. He could be better. He has cost you. There's no question. I'm not saying he's Burrow, Allen, Lamar, Mahomes. No. But we can stop it with it's Trevor Lawrence. It's not. It's a lot more than that. By the way, Mark, if you're a head coach and you want to get yourself fired, there are certain things you can do. And one of them is stand up at a podium and insult your fans and the local media. And now, granted, we're not that smart. I mean, we're not. We're not. I mean, fans say stupid things. Media says stupid things. We ask stupid questions sometimes before and after we say stupid things. But I mean, if you want to get yourself fired, come off as an arrogant ass while you're losing games at the microphone. That's a way to get yourself fired. And Doug Peterson had a moment yesterday. And our buddy, Brent Martineau, is the one that asked the question. Our show is before his on Action Sports Jacks in Jacksonville. All right. And Martineau said there was a play at the end of the game. Okay, wide receiver ran a post, and Mac Jones thought he was going to run a fly. And so Mac threw it straight down the field, and the receiver's in the middle of the field. Vikings had him double covered. Interception. That basically wrapped up the game. Okay. And Martineau asked a simple question. He goes, so, what happened, on that interception? Looked like there was miscommunication. And Peterson says, well, I won't bother to explain it because you guys wouldn't understand it.
Huh?
Excuse me? I'm sorry. I mean, you got people covering the Jags, Jeff Lageman, Tony Baselli, Fred Taylor. I don't know. I think they'd understand it. I mean, hello? I mean, one of the guys covering the Jags has a Hall of Fame vote. I mean, no, I think somebody would understand it. Okay? Was it a post or was it a fly? That's all. A very harmless question. Do it in underhanded. Whoo. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to answer that. You guys wouldn't you guys aren't smart enough to understand.
It's beneath me to answer it for you.
Yeah. Really? Wow. And not only that, Doug, you worked in Philly. You know what tough media could be. You're in Jacksonville, dude. Okay? They're like lapdogs in Jacksonville compared to Philly. Are you kidding?
Well, they'd have never let him get away with that in Philly.
Oh my God!
There'd have been 17 follow-ups. They'd have crushed him.
So it's funny, Mark. The good teams found ways to win, and they should be applauded for it. And we could rave about them, but I have to admit, the carnage to me was the storyline yesterday in the NFL. Wow, the bad got worse yesterday. Except for New Orleans.
I was going to say there's one team that didn't because it makes you question how good of a team Atlanta is. And I know they missed 3 field goals, but given that opportunity, that's a win that slipped away from the Falcons because there was one bad team that won yesterday, and it was the New Orleans Saints with an interim coach.
And you can't give Carolina credit because they were playing another bad team. I mean, yeah, they won 2 in a row, good for them and what have you. But when 2 bad teams play, that's by default. But yeah, we had a bad team beat a good team yesterday. And otherwise, we had basically had good teams drill bad teams. Whew. Miller and Moulton.
That's just on Sunday. We haven't even begun to talk about what happened on Saturday, where the SEC is starting to eat its own.
Is it like an 11-team tiebreaker? It seems like. I know it's not that bad, but it could be like an 8-team breaker, 7 or 8-team breaker they could have coming up with 1 or 2 more results. Unbelievable. Miller and Moulton, starting 5 in 25 minutes. Thanks for listening.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller & Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller & Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yes, Jay Gunn, we did. Sonny, I have to admit, I have seen that play over and over again. I do not think that's a bad call. The defender clearly grabbed him and yanked him down for a second.
In the Utah game?
Yeah.
I
Now,
agree.
if there were other calls in that game, all right, and it was a series of officiating controversies, that's one thing. And the other thing is, okay, it gives them a first down. They still drove 50 more yards to get in field goal range. AD started the presser. Never seen anything like it. Next time, if the AD is going to do that, the AD is to make sure everybody's ready and rolling also. Mark, when you were with the Blades, that's what Brush did when I sent the camera down. And I just sensed you guys had a midweek game that was a key game. And I instructed him. I said, win or lose, get post-game sound, and you guys lost. And when Brush saw the camera, Brush tapped the guy on the shoulder and said, let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, and eviscerated the team.
And eviscerated the team. He was a young guy, too. He comes back. He goes, you're going to like what I got. I go, you got post-game sound? He goes, oh, I got post-game sound. Okay. No. Okay, music. I don't think you're foolish. Is it LSU or Ole Miss this week?
Thought it was LSU this week, Ole Miss next, but I could. Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't have any gas in the tank for Saturday. I mean, they left it all in Jacksonville. You know, they have no shot without Lagway. Hey, Colorado now, they went out, they're in. With Iowa State losing 2 in a row. Kansas State's got to. Colorado's in second place in the Big 12. By the way, anybody see the officiating incident in that game? So the Texas Tech fans are throwing crap on the field.
Right. Tortillas and the like.
Well, but also they were throwing like half full bottles, apparently. And Dion's like, can we do something about this? And the one referee says to Dion, well, your players are blowing kisses at him. And Dion starts to lose his mind. Like, who cares? They're throwing stuff at us. And the official starts to walk away like, I'm not going to do anything. Oof. That's a tough look for the officials in that one. At worst, at best, they look biased. At worst, ...
Mm-hmm.
That was a bad look. And it's right there, too. I mean, yes. SEC.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour on this Overreaction Monday. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X, broadcasting live from the Floormeister Studios. And sometimes when I go on the road, Floormeisters builds a studio that doesn't have sufficient lighting. So it looks like I'm being held captive.
David coming to us from our interrogation room in Los Angeles.
Yep. Uh-huh. Here's the other thing. Usually, like, I'll take a room apart. I just leave more money as a tip. I really do. And I kind of put things, I don't fully put them back. I put them back in the general area, but then the person coming in to clean the room knows, oh, wow, they're moving stuff around. But they've got all the lamps in this place. They got the cords that are like behind other pieces of furniture and plugged into things. And it's a pain to like get the stuff and unplug it and move it. So I only have one lamp. So that's why I look like I am being interrogated. I look like I'm being held hostage. So if you want, check it out. Twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. Just how bad of a hostage do I look like? It's pretty bad. I got to be honest. It's not good. It's not good. When the light can't cover the whole cranium.
Well, that's what I've noticed is that you're about, it's not a full moon. It's a
Right.
near full moon, but there's that little corner that's covered.
Right.
And you're going, wow, I guess it's not. Maybe they won't be as crazy today as we expected.
Right. I go back to 5th and 6th grade science. Am I a waning crescent or a waxing crescent? I don't quite know which way I'm going. So we'll see tomorrow whether or not, getting bigger or smaller. Who knows? But Miller and Moulton coming at you. Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters just keeping it real. So it's a Saturday. Got to give you a lot of credit. You were all over this with Alabama LSU. You said, well, here's what I think we know so far this year. LSU can't defend mobile quarterbacks. And Alabama's got a really mobile quarterback. So I think we should say Alabama's going to win this game. And boy, did they ever. Boy, did they ever. I was in Bloomington. I got a chance to see the Hoosiers up close. They are an interesting team.
Interesting how, David?
Interesting in, first off, it is remarkable to see that many transfers from James Madison come into the Big Ten and not just compete, not just contribute, but start on a team and play really well. I mean, James Madison North is in second place in the Big Ten. Now, they've had a favorable schedule. There's no doubt about it. I think if they had played, say, Ohio State's schedule, they would not have nearly the record that they have. But, Mark, their best players are arguably from James Madison. That's remarkable to me. In the Big Ten, Michigan, however, in the second half, and maybe they're the first team that had the personnel to be able to line up with Indiana and say, I think our guys are better than you, so we're going to play you a certain way. And at least on defense, they did, Mark. Because Indiana's been carried by that high-scoring offense, averaging like 40-something a game. Haven't they scored before Saturday? Hadn't they scored 30-plus against everybody they'd played this year? Yeah. I don't know if they had 50 yards in the second half against Michigan. I don't think they did.
It looked as if Michigan just said, we've got the muscle.
Yep. We're better
and
than you.
We can whoop you up front. So good luck trying to score against us. And that's Michigan. The corners were still not back, right? The one corner's done for the year.
Correct.
The kid that's going to go early first round.
Yeah, they got 4 guys who could go in the first 15, 20 selections of this draft. Now, don't get me wrong. Offensively, I could argue it's the worst Michigan offense, and this is including the Rich Rod years, but I could argue that's the worst Michigan offense since before Schembechler. I mean, their offense is dreadful. It really is. And they're still trying to play bully ball, and they have an offensive line that can't bully anybody. That's a bad combination. Their quarterback play is not good. And they really don't have receivers that can get separation either. I mean, Indiana was covering those receivers man-to-man all over the field.
Yeah, the one kid there looked as if he was not bad for me. The one Love, whatever his name is.
Yeah, the tight end. They use him as like a big tight end. Okay, 18. Yeah.
He's a good player.
Yeah, he is. He is. But so it was interesting because Indiana in the first half pretty much did what they wanted. They spread you out. They didn't attack Michigan in the middle of the field. Okay. Everything was to the perimeter. So they stretched the Michigan defense out. And in the second half, Michigan tried to play a little bully ball, slow the game down, kick some field goals. They got a turnover, which really helped. But defensively, Mark, they were the first team this year to line up and look at Indiana and go, yeah, this cute crap that you're running, that stuff ends now. We're covering all your guys. Our guys are better than your guys. We're going to cover you all over the field, and we are going to blitz them out of that quarterback. Okay, just telling you right now, good luck. Good luck. And Indiana had like 2 first downs all second half. So I watched the second half, and I'm thinking to myself, well, that team's not a playoff team. Now, the team in the first half, you're like, probably a plucky playoff team. Cute story. Good for them. Second half, I'm like, yeah, if Ohio State decides to attack you the way Michigan just attacked you, this sucker could get ugly. So I'm curious what everybody thinks coming out of that game. Indiana 20, Michigan 15. Because the national pundits are like, oh, that cements Indiana in the playoff. And it's funny because I drove out of that parking lot thinking to myself, if the only hour and a half of Indiana football I've seen this year was the second half against Michigan, there's no way that team's a playoff team.
It shows you the national credit the helmet still gets, David. Because although this is a bad Michigan team, they're getting credit for beating Michigan, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
And come on, we can't. It's hard to watch multiple games at once and pay attention to I have 3 games on at all times. It's hard to lock into 3 football games at once. Your eyes tend to go to one game. And if you're locked into Georgia and Ole Miss, you weren't watching Michigan and Indiana in the second half when Michigan was giving Indiana everything they want with an offense that's dreadful.
I mean, if Michigan's offense was decent, they win that game. I mean, they got an interception on the 7-yard line, had to kick a field goal. I mean, Michigan is bad offensively. About the only thing they can do is run the ball between the tackles a little bit. A little bit. Let me tell you, right? I mean, Ohio State is going to kick them. Kick them. Seriously. They're going to win that by 20 or more points. And the Michigan defense has got a lot of heart and the whole deal, and they got 4 pros on it. But, man, oh, man. Their offense is going to bring nothing to the table. Nothing.
That's Indiana, Michigan. We'll get into the Canes
Oh, boy.
a little later. But we saw it coming.
We did.
They'd been living on the edge for weeks, if not months. And the offense finally struggles, doesn't put up the points that it's been putting up. And just like that, Georgia Tech ran it down their throat. I mean, Georgia Tech did whatever they wanted to do running the football.
If Georgia Tech could just keep playing ACC schools from the Sunshine State, they'd be in the ACC title game.
Ouch.
I mean, the state champion could be Georgia Tech. Ouch. The starting five is coming up. Jeff Cameron later in the show here on Miller and Moulton. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000
Do you have
now.
a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Irish football, how I felt about CU 2 weeks ago. I just didn't know that they'd get what they needed from the rest of the conference so that if they won out, they'd play their way in. But, I mean, they shouldn't lose the rest of the way. They should play BYU for the Big 12 title. Now, Cignetti is going to win National Coach of the Year, but Deion should probably finish second. I like Shane Beamer, Sonny. I do. I love the hire. I didn't understand when people went into like last year or this season going, he's on the hot seat. I'm like, come on, man. He can coach. He's a good young coach. I'd take him in Florida in a heartbeat.
The guy from Indiana, Ambient.
Yeah. It's going to be tough for Cignetti not to be National Coach of the Year. But I think Dion will finish second.
I think he should. I don't know if he will.
He should.
There's a lot of Dion hate out there.
I know. Well, they need to suck it up and deal with it. I mean, Paul
Yes,
Feinbaum.
Irish football, even if Ohio State smashes them. They'll have an 11-win season after they beat Purdue.
11-1 in Indiana. Oh, come on, Johnny. You've never understood the Dion hate. Really? Really? A flamboyant, opinionated, does things his own way black man. You've never understood the Dion hate. Come on. I loved, was it Hunter who did the Dion dance after scoring the put-away touchdown, gets in the end zone, and did the Dion dance? God, that was great. Oh, Shiloh. It was awesome. It was awesome. He did it well, too. Looked just like him. Had his number and everything. Yep.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour on this Overreaction Monday. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Jeff Cameron will join us 2 hours from now. He was in South Bend, made the trip through Chicago to go to the Florida State Notre Dame game.
Poor guy.
What a barn burner it was. But Mike Norvell fired 3 assistants yesterday, so he will join us. Jeff Cameron will 2 hours from now on the American Paint Supplies hotline to discuss the biggest year-to-year debacle, arguably, in college football history.
I don't even think it's arguably. I don't know how it could be. I don't ever recall a time in which an undefeated team turned around the next year and is going to win 2 games. That's if they beat Charleston Southern.
Right. And, I mean, let's face it, when you're last in scoring in all of Division 1A college football, you sure you're going to beat Charleston Southern? So Jeff Cameron in 2 hours. Right now it is time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
Well, we'll start with the NFL because it was the most recent. Another tough loss for the Bucs Man, did they play hard? They were game. How about Baker Mayfield?
He's so tough. I love watching him play. I really do, David.
Tom Brady called it the greatest play I've ever seen a quarterback make doing the game as Baker is running at damn near full speed, stiff-arming and holding off Bosa so he can complete a pass 15 yards downfield on the Bucs' final drive when they need a field goal to tie. Remarkable. So they get the tying field goal with 41 seconds to go. Unfortunately, the Niners drove down and Jake Moody kicked a 44-yarder at the gun after he had missed 3 earlier kicks. The Niners improved to 5-4 with the 23-20 win over the now 4-6 Bucs, who could, however, be favored in 6 of their final 7 games. So they're 4-6 with an asterisk. We're just saying. And they head into their bye week. All right. Man, the Jags are bad because their defense gave them 3 turnovers to work with. And they scored on their first drive of the game. And they didn't score after that. Minnesota won without scoring a touchdown. Vikings were 7-2, beat the Jags 12-7. Jags held to 143 yards of offense with Mac Jones running the show. Jacksonville falls to 2-8. Technically, right now, they are on the clock for the number 1 pick in the draft. Broncos were up 14-3, 14-10, 14-13. Then they trailed 16-14. But Bo Nix drove them down the field. Nice third down completion, put them in field goal range. Chiefs are out of timeouts. Denver sets up for the game-winning kick. 35 yards. They got a good kicker. Shouldn't be a problem. Well, the blocking wasn't that great, and he kicked it low. And it was blocked. And the Chiefs go to 9-0. 15th consecutive win for the Chiefs dating back to last year. 16-14, Kansas City. Man, they are living on the edge. Do they fall off it this weekend when they're in Buffalo? The Steelers and the Commanders. Could argue it was the game of the day. Very entertaining. Major coaching decisions. An officiating controversy in the final 2 minutes. Boy, we don't have any of that, do we? Russell Wilson, 3 touchdown passes. Hit newly acquired Mike Williams with the game winner. Little over 2 minutes to go. Steelers 28-27 over the Commanders. Steelers are 7-2. Commanders fall out of first place. They're 7-3 because the Eagles are 7-2. Philly went in and humiliated the Cowboys 34-6. Jalen Hurts with 4 touchdowns combined, running and passing. We can stop talking about the Cowboys now. They're done. It's over. Is it over in Indianapolis? The standings say no. They're only a game behind the Broncos. But Buffalo, somebody on this show said, the Bills are going to be looking ahead to the Chiefs. The Dolphins on one side, Chiefs on the other. They are not going to have an A performance against Indy, and they didn't. It was like a C+. And yet they still managed to force 4 turnovers. Bills won comfortably 30-20. Buffalo's 8-2. Pretty good for a year where they're taking a step back, right?
Yeah, that's a pretty solid team. And their defense is getting it done. Creating turnovers, doing a lot of great things for a depleted defense, or so we thought.
We can stop talking about the Jets.
Yes, we can.
All right, thankfully. So we're done with the Cowboys. We're done with the Jets. Arizona whooped them. By the way, the last 2 weeks, Arizona's beaten Chicago and the Jets 60-15. Just saying, this is the NFL now. This ain't college ball. It's tough to beat 2 NFL teams back-to-back 60-15.
I'll remind you, the Saints started the season doing the same type of thing, David.
True. Good point. Kyler Murray, 3 touchdowns. He had more touchdowns, Mark, than he had incompletions. He had 2 incompletions for the day. 31-6 Arizona. They're 6-4. And the Jets, it was nice of you to participate in the 2024 season. It's over. You're 3-7. Speaking of 3-7, the Patriots improved to 3-7 by beating the previously 500 Bears 19-3 in Chicago. This just in, New England sacked Caleb Williams again. 9 sacks for the Patriots against the Bears. Was this their revenge for Super Bowl 20? It's a little late, but whew. And you got to wonder, 3 losses in a row in Chicago. And now they get to play the NFC North. Where 4-5 could be 4-8 very quickly. So Atlanta was playing the Saints, and we said, listen, this is a rivalry. In fact, it's one of the 3 best rivalries in the league. The Saints are so bad they probably won't win, but these guys hate each other. Okay, the Saints are going to lay it on the line. They'd play the Falcons for free. Well, they laid it on the line. And Koo, the Falcons kicker, missed 3 field goals. And the Saints held off Atlanta 20-17. Now, Atlanta still has a 2-game lead in the division, and they own the tiebreak over the Bucs. But, I mean, if we think Atlanta had the division salted away, they really would have put it away with a win yesterday. But Saints snap a 7-game skid. Chargers have won 3 in a row. They beat Tennessee 27-17. Titans are 2-7. Chargers are 6-3. Right now, they're comfortably the 6th seed in the AFC. Carolina and the Giants. I don't know if Germany wants the NFL ever again after this one.
They do, though. I mean, the place was packed. I don't know if you saw the highlights of the cards that they had before the game with the NFL logo and the flags and the German. I mean, they're all in. They're selling tickets. It'd be nice to give them a game.
Well, they may get 2 next year because Raj announced there's going to be 8 international games next year. 8. And they could get Munich and Berlin, apparently, next year. But anyway, Carolina, after a Giants fumble early in overtime, kicked a field goal to beat the Giants 20-17. Giants are number 2 right now in draft position at 2-8, having lost 5 in a row. First back-to-back wins for Bryce Young in his NFL career. So Houston was up 23-7 at the half. Jared Goff throws 5 interceptions, and Detroit wins. That hadn't happened, that combination of deficit and turnovers in a game in 54 years. Jake Bates, 52-yarder at the gun. Lions 26-23 over the Texans. Detroit improves to 8-1. Texans still have a 2-game lead in their division, and they're like Atlanta. They've got a comfortable lead in the division. They own the tiebreak. I mean, it's going to take a free fall to blow the division. But seeding-wise, that's costly for Houston. What'd you think of the red unis, by the way, or helmets or what have you?
They were all right. I mean, when new teams wear different jerseys, I don't have as much of a problem as when historically model franchises do things like that.
Right. Monday Night Football tonight. The money was coming in on Miami. Now it looks like all the money's coming back in on the Rams. They're back up to a 2.5-point favorite over the Dolphins. Rams have won 3 in a row. Dolphins have lost 3 in a row. College football, Mike Norvell fires both coordinators and his wide receiver coach after their 7-touchdown loss to Notre Dame. Florida State, by the way, last in college football in offense and 101st on defense. It's a hell of a combination. The AP and coaches polls are out. They don't mean anything anymore, but just for the heck of it, Oregon number 1 for the 4th straight week. Indiana in the top 5. BYU 7, Notre Dame 8, Miami 12th in the AP poll. 8 SEC teams are ranked. And the Utah AD fined $40,000 for criticizing officials and the conference in their controversial loss to BYU in the Holy War over the weekend. Kennesaw State fired the only football coach they've ever had, Brian Bohannon. By the way, bad move by the AD. He announced the coach resigned. Coach has to take to social media to go, yeah, I didn't resign. So why lie?
I don't know. You know what, David? That happened to me once. One time, the boss was like, "We can say you resigned." I'm like, "Why? You fired me."
Yeah, no.
That makes me look good.
Right.
I'm not interested in that.
Hats off to Joey Logano. Remember, Logano was eliminated from the NASCAR playoffs after the second round of the playoffs. He gets back in after Alex Bowman got DQ'd after that race for having an illegal car. It was too light. So Logano gets back in. Then he makes it to the championship round, and he wins in Phoenix yesterday, holding off teammate Ryan Blaney. That's Joey Logano's third Cup title. That's heady territory, man. It's also third win in a row for Penske because he's gone Logano, Blaney, and Logano the last 3 years. Ross Chastain finished a miserable year, 19th. Baseball, the Marlins going to name Dodgers first base coach Clayton McCullough as their new manager. He was the only finalist who stayed into the end. All the other finalists kept saying, I don't really want this job upon further review. There were 11 games in the NBA last night, a few good ones. Heat with a big win in Minnesota, 95-94 over the T-Wolves. Orlando's won 2 straight after losing 5 in a row. They beat Washington by 27. Indiana over the Knicks by 11. Boston beat Milwaukee in Milwaukee by 6. Boston's 9-2. The Bucks are 2-8. Give it up to the Warriors, man. They went in Oklahoma City and beat the Thunder yesterday, 127-116. Both those teams are 8-2. Game of the night, however, Mark, in Denver. Kyrie with 43 for the Mavs in a losing effort. Because listen to this line for Jokic. 37 points, 18 rebounds, 15 assists. In 38 minutes, Denver by 2, 122-120 over the Mavs. And I got to get this in. I mean, we got, 3 NHL scores. Nobody really cares.
Whatever.
Austin Eckroat won his second PGA Tour title in Cabo with a final round 63. Aylin Kim won on the LPGA Tour in Hawaii. Give it up to the Ospreys of North Florida. Last week, they beat South Carolina, got paid $95,000 to do it. Now Georgia Tech threw about $90,000 at them, said, why don't you come to Atlanta on a Sunday so we can beat you in college hoops? And the Ospreys went in and beat Georgia Tech by 12, 105-93. North Florida's 3-0 after their best player transferred to Tennessee.
Need to rank them early in the season. They need a 25th spot in the rankings right now. They deserve it.
Totally. All right, their head coach is the all-time winningest coach in the A-Sun, one of the 5 greatest guys in the world, and they've won 2 bye games where they were brought in to be the guaranteed Washington Generals, and they've beaten South Carolina and Georgia Tech. Hats off to the Ospreys of North Florida, 3-0 on the season, and Mark, I'm totally with you. I want to see them ranked.
Would be great. It won't happen, but they're as deserving as they ever would be at this point in the season. So good for North Florida with getting a couple of wins. Georgia Tech and South Carolina going down after spending a lot of money to have them there.
And that was the starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller & Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller & Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I did, EB. Thank you.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Overreaction Monday. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. And Mark, last week at this time, you said, what's the overreaction? And I gave you my thought that people are calling for too many coaches to be fired. What do you think is today's overreaction from the weekend that just took place?
Well, that Georgia may have a problem.
You're heading down the road that I was thinking about driving down.
And the SEC is cannibalizing itself in front of our eyes.
We thought it might take more than year one of the expanded playoff format and the expanded conference for this to happen, but nope, it's happening. They are doing it right now. Now, they still got time where it could weed itself out, but right now it's a mess. My $20, Mark, right now. Georgia going to make the playoff?
Yes, I think they'll beat Tennessee at home, and that'll be enough.
So they'll post their 10-2 and losses to Alabama and Ole Miss.
But the win against Texas, David, it is amazing how I'm listening to the talking heads right after Ole Miss. I mean, they beat Georgia every which way. I mean, they dominated that football game. They really did. And yet I'm listening to people on Saturday night and Sunday morning tell me that, well, Ole Miss's loss against Kentucky is far worse than anything else out there, so I'd still rank Georgia ahead of Ole Miss. Didn't they play?
They did.
Who won?
That would be Ole Miss.
Doesn't that have to count for something?
The question is, does it count for everything? If you've got 10-2 and 10-2, and the one team beat the other head-to-head, is that it? Does nothing else matter, if you know what I mean? Because, I mean, that's the beauty of the SEC. Whatever argument you want to make, Mark, essentially you can find the results to back it up.
Oh, this is the old ratings game. You stare at them long enough, it'll tell you whatever story you want to see, right?
Right. Same statistics, the same expression is true. Stare at the stats long enough, it will tell you what it is you want them to say. Yep. Because Alabama lost to Vandy. Vandy. I mean, at the time that Alabama lost to Vandy, come on, it was one of the 3 worst losses of the year, right? Notre Dame to Northern Illinois and, Ole Miss to Kentucky, and Alabama lost to Vandy, for goodness sake. Are you kidding me? That's an embarrassment. That's a joke. That's a punchline, right? Yeah, well, they've also beaten Georgia and LSU. And, we'll just play the game now. Let's play the game. How many teams can South Carolina take out? I mean, now it's real simple right now. I will say this. If Texas and A&M both win out in the next 2 weeks, when they play each other the Saturday after Thanksgiving there, or are they playing the Friday after Thanksgiving? I don't know when it is they're playing. But when they play one another, the winner will go to the SEC title game. Because right now they each have one conference loss. And if Tennessee wins out, which would mean going to Athens and beating Georgia, it would also mean beating Vandy. If Tennessee wins out, they go to Atlanta also. They haven't been since 2007, for the record. A&M's never been. Kind of a BFD for these schools to get to Atlanta. But right now, if I give you 4 spots for the SEC, and we'll just quickly lay them out. You got Texas, 1 loss in conference, A&M, 2 losses, Notre Dame, and South Carolina. You got Tennessee, 1 loss, period. That's it. Then you got the 2 loss teams in conference, Georgia, Bama, Ole Miss, LSU. So that's 7 schools right there with 1 or 2 conference losses. 7 of them. Oh, yeah, Missouri's in 8th. I don't think anybody's going to vote for them to make the playoff, but technically you got to put them in the conversation. They qualify. So you have 8 schools right now with 1 or 2 conference losses. Today, I'll give you 4 spots. That's the other thing. Will there be 4 spots available?
I think that there will be, David. I really do.
Well, then if that's the case, fine. The SEC has 4. You giving the Big Ten 4?
Well, that's the ultimate question. And Penn State still has some work to do. They've got to go into Minnesota and beat the Gophers.
Right. I mean, they should. Listen, if you're a playoff team, you win that game.
No, you're right.
But Penn State
we've seen some crazy things happen in November in college football.
Right. But, I mean, before the Big Ten title game, the Big Ten has a chance to have a 12-0 and 3 11-1s. We're going to keep one of them out. I mean, that's why. Because if that's the case, Mark, if the SEC has cannibalized itself to the point, however, where we're giving it the benefit of the doubt, and we're going to give them 4, and if the Big Ten is going to have a 12-0 and 3 11-1s, and we can't hold it against Indiana, blah blah blah, so we're going to put them in. Well, that means there's ACC and Big 12 champion, and that's it for those conferences. Now, you could argue with what Miami the loss to Georgia Tech eliminates them from getting an at-large. Fine. But BYU can go 12-0 and lose to Colorado in the Big 12 title game, and they don't get an at-large?
I think that could happen, by the way.
Okay.
I think that could happen.
So that's just the math of the conference breakdown. 4-4 and everybody else gets 1. And remember, Notre Dame's in as of now. They've got to beat Army and USC their last 2 weeks. Don't laugh. Army's 1 of 4 unbeatens. Okay. If you're going to laugh at Army, laugh at Indiana. So don't laugh at Army. Besides, they carry guns. But back to the SEC.
And you can't laugh at them today, whatever you do. Of all days, you're not allowed to laugh at Army today.
No. So, back to the SEC. 4 bids. Who gets them? Today. We still got 3 weeks. A lot can happen. A lot can happen.
Today. Texas.
Okay.
Tennessee.
Okay.
Alabama.
I will say this about Alabama. Alabama's beaten 4 ranked teams.
No, I know, but that just left me between Georgia and Ole Miss. You put me right where you wanted to put me, David.
The SEC's doing it to themselves. This is a perfect storm. By the way, you've got it narrowed down to Georgia and Ole Miss, which means you're kicking out A&M.
Yes.
Okay. As of today, they're out. So for you, A&M has to beat Texas, final game of the regular season. Okay. Which is, if they win that game, they'll most likely go to Atlanta. But as of right now, they're out in your playoff.
That's correct.
Okay. And it comes down to Georgia, Ole Miss. Now, if you were voting today, Georgia with the best win of the year at Texas, and they took it to Texas.
They whooped them. They did.
They whooped them. 2 scores and then some. Yeah. But Georgia's not looked good. Lucky to beat Kentucky. 2 other losses. I mean, good teams, Alabama and Ole Miss. Looked lousy for 2 hours against Alabama. Looked lousy for 3.5 hours against Ole Miss. Haven't looked all that great in other performances this year.
It didn't look good in the Florida game for large parts of it against a bad Florida team.
So today, you can't wait until after Saturday when they play Tennessee. Today, 4th and final SEC playoff team after you've put in Texas, Tennessee, and Alabama would be
Old Georgia. I mean,
George Miss. Right.
George Miss, exactly.
Right.
David, I would have to put Ole Miss in. I would. Ole Miss, the way they played they dominated that football game. It's got to count for something.
But think about what you're doing. And listen, you can't get lambasted if you're a voter on the committee by putting Ole Miss in ahead of Georgia. You go, well, they're both 10-2 in the same conference, and the one beat the other. Yeah, okay. But Georgia does have the best win of the year in Texas, and Ole Miss has arguably the worst loss of the year in Kentucky at home. I mean, that's how complicated this gets. And as we've talked about, we have unbalanced scheduling now in all the conferences. So you're going to be a voter. I mean, hey, the committee has sucked, and the committee has done things in past years that we've just disagreed with. You really want to go to Dallas December 1st and break this logjam and settle some of these disputes? You really want to be one in the college football playoff committee? This could be downright difficult this year. And you're going to stick it to 2 or 3 very deserving teams. And they may not all be from the same conference either.
And as David mentioned, we have Texas and Texas A&M still to play one another. Georgia plays Tennessee this week. Tennessee, if they were to get by Georgia, still has to play a pretty good Vanderbilt team. There is a lot left on the table in the SEC. And no one can slip up the rest of the way. Miller and Moulton trying to break it down on an overreaction Monday.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you guys with your love of Colorado, come on. We just explained it. How in the world could Colorado go 10-2, lose to BYU, and get an at-large? I mean, we just said we don't know if BYU goes 12-0, loses to Colorado if they get an at-large. We don't know if Indiana goes 11-1 if they get an at-large. And Irish football, can we wait to see the matchups, please? I mean, I think CU is the best quarterback in the country. So, do I think they can win a game? I do. Now, I wouldn't expect them to, but could they? Sure. And Irish football, if Notre Dame gets in the playoff, the only way they'll get in is by going 11-1. I think Notre Dame will get a home game. So I'd like to think they could win it. I was there for college hoops once. But last year when we were in Bloomington, I wasn't there because it was the weekend my daughter got married. That had been the only game I had missed with Gary in 18 years. Bloomington. All right. Please. I'm going to catch heat for this. I love the Champagnes, the Bloomingtons. I love these stories. I love where, nationally people may poo-poo it, but locally and regionally it's a big deal. Like, I stayed in Indianapolis. I had a nice conversation with a family who flew in for the game. They're so excited. It was cool. It was neat. It was fun. It was festive. But in terms of atmosphere, I mean, the stadium holds 52,000. Do you know what for as fun and festive and awesome a Saturday afternoon it was, if we're talking about the atmosphere, it was like being at a Missouri game when Missouri's good because the stadium's smaller. I mean, it's not, it's not 10 programs in the SEC. It's not. It's cute. It's charming. It was fun, festive. It's awesome to see people that happy. Haven't had a football team like this in 40 to 60 years. I love that. I eat that up. But it's not like it was intimidating or anything. Signetti's a character. I will say that. He's funny.
There, he's fun.
He is funny. That's a guy who's paid his dues and knows this could be his 15 minutes, and he is soaking it up, and good for him. No, I don't, Irish football. I don't.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Jeff Cameron in a little more than an hour. Now, this is where I could bring you into it, and I don't want to do that. If we're going to get heat, but it's me bringing up something to generate the heat, I want to take the heat. I want to leave you out of it.
I don't mind taking a little heat.
I understand that, but you and I have an expression, we like to earn it.
Right.
And I don't know if you're going to earn the Miller and Moulton heat that could come our way. I think this is going to be 90+% Moulton's doing. And so I will apologize now if you're going to catch some of the heat. But Indiana's 10-0. And I want Indiana in the playoff. Please let it be said. This is everything I love about sports. I love this. Okay, we can see the same olds next year. I mean, what are the odds in the rest of our lives we're going to see Indiana make the college football playoffs? I want them in. I desperately want them in. But if I had to vote, this is a tough one for me. Their non-conference schedule was FIU, Western Illinois, and Charlotte. I'll repeat that. FIU, Western Illinois, and Charlotte. They've played 7 teams in the Big Ten. None of them are currently bowl eligible. That's
Not
right.
their fault.
Nope.
That's the way the schedule came.
Yep.
They've won the games on the schedule. That's all you can ask them to do.
Yep. But Iowa not on their schedule. Minnesota not on their schedule. Wisconsin not on their schedule. Penn State not on their schedule. Oregon not on their schedule. Those are the bowl eligible Big Ten teams right now. Besides Indiana and Ohio State, who they will play in 12 days in Columbus. Now, it is likely by the end of the year that if Indiana loses to Ohio State and beats Purdue, who's dead last in the conference, and they post their 11-1, that some of the teams that they've beaten who currently have 5 wins will get to 6. And so they will be able to say, well, they've beaten Michigan or they've beaten fill in the blank, Washington. You know, maybe even Michigan State gets there. You know what I'm getting at. But literally right now, they're 10-0. Their non-conference schedule was FIU, Western Illinois, and Charlotte. And they're 7-0 in the Big Ten against 7 teams who are not bowl eligible on November 11th. Now, they were preseason picked 17th in the conference out of 18 teams. But, you know, when we're debating, we just went through the SEC teams and what their resumes are. BYU could go 12-0 and lose the Big 12 championship game to right now it would be Colorado. And by the way, a lot of people better get in line and start getting their groveling ready about what they've said about Deion. Okay, suck it up. You had no problems manning up and taking him down. You got 2-3 weeks to get it together, okay? And you owe him. Man up. You owe him. He's done an amazing job. Amazing. He inherited 1-11.
Come from the Nebraska game earlier this year, which now looks like a really bad loss for the record.
Right.
But they were manhandled by Nebraska, and they have completely turned that team around.
Yep.
Where now they are getting after quarterbacks. Their defense has played much better. Their offensive line has played better. And next to maybe including Cam Ward, they have the best quarterback in the country in college football.
I think he's the first quarterback taken in the draft right now. Shedeur. I really do. I think he'd go first quarterback taken, I think would be the quarterback at Colorado.
I don't like how much he runs backward.
Okay.
But that can be fixed. I believe it can.
But anyway, back to Indiana. And there's no doubt. I mean, we see it. There are national narratives. If you spend any time around Cignetti, the Indiana coach, it's tough not to root for him. Never mind, you look up his history. He's paid his dues everywhere. Okay, this is awesome. The 13 kids from James Madison, 10 of whom start. I mean, come on, this is great. Indiana hadn't been favored against Michigan since Lyndon Johnson was president. Okay, it's only the second time they've beaten Michigan this century, for goodness sakes. He's going to win National Coach of the Year. They're going to go 11-1. They're in the Big Ten, for goodness sakes. I mean, look at the standings today. They list them alphabetically. In case of a tie, they list them alphabetically, which means that right now you look at the standings and Indiana's on top of Oregon. Just take that picture. It's amazing. Playoff team? Mark, Georgia, Ole Miss, Indiana. 10-2, 10-2, 11-1. Pick two.
Georgia and Ole Miss.
Okay.
BYU would do it by who the better teams are.
Right.
That's who I believe the better teams are.
Now, I think it could come down to this. If it were to happen, 12-1 BYU, 11-1 Indiana.
BYU should get in based on the fact that they've beaten a couple of top 25 teams. If there's still top 25 teams by then, because some of these teams aren't helping.
But now the national narrative, they are pushing Indiana hard. Okay, and you've got those, analytics that are out that Indiana's chances of making the playoff are 91, 92%. Probably. I don't know, but it seems a little high to me. I got 10-0 in the Big Ten, but I kind of feel like I'm now looking under the covers, and I'm like, oh boy, I don't know if I like what I see here. FIU, Western Illinois, Charlotte, 7 wins, and none of those teams are bowl eligible on Veterans Day? Huh. I mean, it makes you beg the question. How many teams in the country would be 10-0 playing that schedule?
And the answer's quite a few.
Now, would they have done it?
Sorry, but you take an SEC team and put them in that schedule. Take whichever team's not making the playoff in the SEC in your eyes, playing that schedule.
Now, would they have done it as impressively as Indiana? I mean, Indiana up until Saturday was destroying people. I mean, margin of victory, scoring over 30 points a game in every game. I mean, they've been as impressive as they could be. And as Mark said, hey, they didn't make the schedule. I mean, outside of the 3 non-conference games, they didn't make the Big Ten schedule. And even with that Big Ten schedule, by the way, they were picked damn near dead last. Second to last, they were picked in the conference.
It is one of the more remarkable college football stories that we will ever have of what Indiana has come from and where they are right now. It truly is. And to your point, up until Saturday, they were blowing teams out.
And they're up 17-3 at the half.
And you thought they were going to do it again.
Right. One more drive. We're thinking they get one drive early in the third quarter, and it's all she wrote. Right. And instead, it turned into a fight in a phone booth.
And they managed to escape and win the fight. But will they end up winning the war if they get blown out by the Buckeyes? I think so much depends on what happens in that game between Indiana and Ohio State, David.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
And if there were a president at the University of Florida right now, you may be right, Gator Boy.
Well, you're going where we're going next. Did you see Tomlin yesterday? when the reporter asked him the question talking about Jaden Daniels and Lamar Jackson, and he pulled a Belichick. Remember when somebody was trying to discuss, I forget who the pass rusher was, and brought him up in the same sentence as Lawrence Taylor, and Belichick went, whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah. Mike Tomlin went, excuse me. That's a 2-time MVP. He's Mr. Jackson to you. No, you do not put him in the same sentence with him. No.
He's 2-time MVP. That's the leader in the clubhouse to be the MVP this year.
Although I'll tell you what, Josh Allen's.
Yep.
Josh
Allen can do a lot to win it on Sunday.
Yeah. Josh Allen's been really good.
Yep.
You know who's not been really good is Mahomes. I mean, we just need to, and honestly, like, you know how some years the star player, you don't vote for the All-Star game? Honestly, Mahomes does not deserve to go to the Pro Bowl this year. So far.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Jeff Cameron will join us 1 hour from now to talk about the mess, the unparalleled, historic disaster that has become Florida State football a year after they were wrapping up a 19-game winning streak and probably should have made the playoff. Talk to Jeff Cameron about that 1 hour from now. Can we talk about another mess? I don't know if it's an unmitigated disaster, but it is definitely a mess. The University of Florida and their high-profile teams right now and their high-profile people right now. So last week, Scott Strickland did what we, but mostly me, were urging him to do. Say, listen, just bite the bullet, go all in on one more year with Napier, because the quarterback leaves if you fire him. And besides, you really don't know if you have the money, don't know if you really want to raise the money to fire Napier, $26 million, pay off his staff, bring in Lane or whoever. Okay. So just bite the bullet and do one more year with DJ Lagway and company. You got 70% of your NIL money tied up in freshmen and sophomore players. So, you know, just give this group another year and keep your recruiting class together. Everybody knows who the coach is going to be and what have you. And he did it. And of course, you know, what happened this weekend, which without Lagway, you know, the Gators got shellacked. So it looks bad. But it was part of the reason, Mark, why we said you need to do it now, because Lagway's hurt, don't know how much he's going to play the rest of the year, and you could face 3 shellackings coming up. So just end the mystery and the doubt and the noise and do it, and just, you know, grit your teeth and deal with it. Well, the good news, Mark, was going to be the men's basketball program.
Right. They're nationally ranked. High expectations.
Coming off a 24-win season, an appearance in the SEC title game, an NCAA tournament berth. They got one of the good young coaches in the industry, 39-year-old Todd Golden. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Florida student newspaper, the Alligator, got to admit, love the name of the student newspaper. I do. That's solid. That's outstanding. The Alligator, not, by the way, the Tampa Bay Times, not the Gainesville Sun, the student newspaper, puts forth the story that says, yeah, it looks like our men's basketball coach is a creep. allegations from female students on campus that he stalked them, he sent them lewd pictures, he's harassing some of them. There's a Title IX investigation that apparently has been going on since September 27th. Mark, what's today's date?
It's November 11th, David.
Huh. All right. These are fair questions I'm going to ask you. Is you and I are both, you're innocent until you're proven guilty guys. We are. And you and I both have said we would take the heat as athletic directors of, we're not going to fire you until, no, we'll take the heat. Sorry. I know the headlines look bad, the whole deal. However, as we've seen in other walks of life, Mark, you can suspend someone with pay, or you can do nothing. Florida and Scott Strickland, he's the guy making the call. The AD has decided to do nothing, let the investigation play itself out. We'll deal with it when it's time to deal with it. Well, now that it's gone public, did he make the right call? Or should he have suspended Todd Golden with pay in late September?
He should have suspended him with pay. When in today's world, when these allegations come out, you've got to figure out what's going on now. You can't wait 3 months and have a student newspaper out what's been going on inside your athletic department.
Now, did Scott Strickland just make a miscalculation and thought we'll keep this, under wraps? This won't get out. Think about it. Who uncovered it? And it took them 6 weeks. The student newspaper. It's not our friends at the Gainesville Sun or the St. Pete Times here. Or the Orlando Sentinel. We all know beat writers for all of them. Good reporters, by the way, who have done very good investigative work in the past. And it was the Alligator who uncovered this story and broke it. Do you think part of the reason that Strickland probably didn't suspend him with pay is the fact that, well, nobody's going to know about this. If I suspend him with pay, we'll have to explain why.
I'm sure that's what his thought was. But the look, David, of saying your men's football coach, or your football coach rather, is staying, and you put out a release to the like, and the next day your basketball coach is accused of sexual harassment.
You're saying what? One might be tied to the other, are you saying?
You think? Talk about self-preservation.
So now we have been of the belief that Scott Strickland, and we thought Billy Napier, is in a favorable situation despite both of their track record, because the University of Florida right now does not have a permanent president. They have an interim president. And usually when you have an interim boss, huge decisions are not made. In fact, a lot of times the interim president or the interim boss will say, well, I'll keep the seat warm, and then when so-and-so comes in, they get to make that call. This is a big decision. They're probably the ones that should make it. This happens in all walks of life, sports and non-sports. And so that's why we thought Strickland wasn't going to get replaced as AD. And we knew Strickland didn't want to get rid of the football coach. So Miller and Moulton had been of the belief that they're both going to be sticking around for at least another year, because it's probably going to be in 2025 when the University of Florida finally has a full-time president again.
Yeah, the seats would be a lot warmer in Gainesville if there were an actual president in charge of the university right now.
Sure.
Because none of us believe that Strickland's hiring a third football coach.
However, now, if you're the University of Florida and you're the interim president, mean, Scott Strickland's hiring track record is not good with the major sports. He had a controversy with the women's basketball coach, had to get rid of one of them because of mistreatment of players. Now we got Todd Golden, the men's basketball coach. He's not guilty. It's not looking good. He's hired 2 football coaches. They've had as bad a 4-year run as the University of Florida has had in football in 2 generations, all under his watch. The coaches that are having the success at the University of Florida, and there are many of them. I mean, it's an elite athletic department. He hasn't hired any of them.
But it was an elite athletic department when he took the job.
Correct.
I mean, it is one of the best athletic departments in the country for what they do in non-revenue sports. And it was that when he took the job. So now what, David?
Well, I did the game Thursday, Florida hosting Jacksonville. The story doesn't break till Friday. Tonight at home, Todd Golden will be on the sideline for the Florida men's basketball team as their head coach when they play Grambling. Curious what the reaction he gets from the crowd will be when he gets introduced. Golden released a statement. Boy, that was a well-crafted statement. Admitted to nothing, fully cooperating, have hired an attorney. I'm contemplating suing the student newspaper. Well, first off, you've had 6 weeks.
If you're contemplating suing the student newspaper, sue the student newspaper. If you're innocent, you didn't do any of this, sue them now. Don't wait a second. Don't contemplate a damn thing.
What's there to contemplate? They're publishing a story that says you're
a
huge
stalker.
creep.
That you're a stalker.
Right.
If you're not a stalker, then sue their ass. It's really easy.
I mean, there's either there, or there's not. And if there's not, hell, what are you waiting for? Not to go all Burgess Meredith here. But
Thank you, Burgess. I appreciate it. What are we waiting for?
So I'm just wondering, though, Mark, could this story, not the football team going 5-7 and missing a bowl again, but could this be the story that actually takes Scott Strickland down?
I think you're onto something, David.
He not only hired the guy, bad luck for Scott Strickland. This story, this Title IX investigation began on September 27th. 5 weeks earlier, do you know what Scott Strickland did? He gave Todd Golden a multi-year extension with a sizable raise. Now, the university obviously would hire their attorney to get out of that contract. If this story's true, you violate certain clauses in it, blah, blah, blah. There will be lawyers, as Andrew Brandt likes to say. But it's, this is going to embarrass the University of Florida. And B, I don't know, Mark, if Strickland can survive this sucker. I mean, because when Todd Golden gets let go, and he's going to get let go, when he gets let go, do you think they just walk down the hall and say, where's the big office?
Or do they walk down there and say, okay, Scott, time to hire another basketball coach? Which one do you think it'll be?
Because your hires have gone so well. How about if the running joke is Billy Napier outlasts Todd Golden and Scott Strickland without a winning season? Now, come on, that's funny. That's quality material right there. You submit that material, it gets rejected as unbelievable.
Rough week to be a Gator.
Whew. Man.
Rough week to be a Gator, David.
And to be a Gator AD.
Well, that's been rough for a while. The paychecks are good,
Yeah, they are.
but there's been a lot of heat with that job.
Man, oh man. And you and I know a lot of Gator fans, Bull Gators, proud alumni. I think they're going to insist that the AD's got to go. I think they'll be like, you know what? I'll give the football coach and that quarterback, I'll give them one more year. But the guy with the office has got to go. We got an interim president. We can find an interim AD.
Might as well name the football coach and interim then, too. You keep the same coach, just name him an interim coach for this point.
Earlier
Because he's coaching for his job next year, regardless.
Earlier in the show, we asked a more situation, the Jets or the Giants. Okay. I know the Florida State football team's 1-9, but we got what's going on in Tallahassee and we got what's going on in Gainesville. Which is a bigger you-know-what show?
On the total, it's Florida. Because
Right.
it goes so far up the ladder, David.
Now, the Florida State football team's clearly the biggest you-know-what show.
Yes.
Clearly. Historically show. But man, oh man, for the Florida State football team and Florida State fans to go, well, at least we're not the Gators. Damn.
Very simple, plain text we got at 21,000, David. Fire them all at UF. Fire them all.
Sounds like a plan. One that's easy to enact, by the way. You just have to walk down the hall.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
DC, he's gone. I mean, no offense, he's gone over that every week on the show. They're not reprimanded. It's been Pat's talked about that every week on the show. They're not downgraded. They're not reprimanded. Nothing happens. That's what's got him so hot. Literally talked about it Friday for over a minute, it seems.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We are halfway home on Miller and Moulton on this Monday, at least in the 239 and the 904. We're in the final hour of Miller and Moulton in Lake City and surrounding areas, Charlotte County and surrounding areas. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Miller and Moulton coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, just keeping it real. So I have to do this to you. I'm sorry. I have to. It's part of my contract with you. I don't know if I've etched it in stone or even in writing for that matter, but
I'd like a copy of this contract, please, sir.
well, I could probably go to the tape every Monday at roughly this time and just, say, hey, if you agree to be part of this every week, haven't you essentially agreed to the contract?
Fair enough.
You did offer up resistance for a long time, but I've worn you down. So, Mark, if the playoffs started today, Kansas City, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, Houston, your top four seeds in that order. Baltimore, the Chargers, and the Broncos, same 7 teams as last week, same 7 teams as the week before, in the same order. So
only real difference now is that they're not all above 500. One of them is at 500.
Correct. Denver at 5-5 is the 7th seed. Cincinnati and Indianapolis at 4 and 6 are the 2 closest pursuers. Everybody else in the conference has 2 or 3 wins. Only 6 winning teams in the AFC. Your playoff matchups after Kansas City getting the first round bye would be Denver at Buffalo, Chargers at Steelers, Ravens at Texans. Now, that could change. Pittsburgh and Baltimore look like this will go down to the very end as to who's going to win the North. And, Bills do host the Chiefs this Sunday. If they win, they're a game back and they own the tiebreaker. Kansas City's got a tough remaining schedule. They're winning all these games by a smidge. They could start to lose some of them, So the 1 seed's still in play, at least for now. To the NFC, 8 teams with winning records. It could be 9 after tonight if the Rams beat the Dolphins. But first, your Detroit Lions are the 1 seed.
And after last night's performance, they have shown what they are able to do even with a bad night, because they were lousy last night and still somehow found a way to win against Houston.
And beat a good team on the road, a division leader. Detroit's the 1 at 8-1. Philly's now the 2 at 7-2 because they won and Washington lost, and those 2 will play Thursday night. Tell you what, these Thursday night games are getting interesting. These
throw some division
games,
matchups on there. That adds a lot more spice to the game, doesn't it?
Give us division matchups with good, exciting teams and good quarterback play. You know what? We might watch. But Philly's the 2, and Atlanta still the 3, but a big loss for seeding. Also, it keeps Tampa Bay in the race in the South. Because if Atlanta had beaten New Orleans, they'd be 3 games up in the standings and they'd own the tiebreaker. And yeah, that sucker would have been over. Now, at least, like Atlanta's got the Denver coming up this week. If they lose, that'd be them losing to Denver, we could all see that happening. That'd be a 5th loss for the Falcons. Well, now Tampa's only a game back in the loss column. Tampa's got 6 games that they're going to be favored in the rest of the way. The Bucs can still get to 10. More on the Bucs in a moment. But Atlanta the 3, Arizona the 4. How about the Cardinals? 6-4 Arizona Cardinals.
After just whooping the Jets yesterday.
And that's after whooping the Bears the week before. Last 2 weeks, 60-15. The 60 is not the part that we should be focusing on. But up until the last 2 weeks, the Cardinals' defense was bad. Now, Bears and Jets, They have their issues, but still, Arizona finding a defense. This is Kyler Murray, 2 years removed from the serious injury. A competent head coach and system that and better personnel around him than he's had most of his career. He's got a tight end. He's got a big-time receiver. He's got a running back. He's got skill. That's an interesting team. Not just for this year, but that could be a very interesting team going forward. But Arizona's the 4. Vikings, Commanders, Packers. 5, 6, 7. Boom, boom, boom. So Green Bay's the 7 at 6-3. Look at the difference in conferences. A 6-3 team is the 7 in the NFC. A 5-5 team is the 7 in the AFC.
And a half game back of the Cardinals is San Francisco, and right now they'd be out.
Because they're a game behind the Packers for the final wild card as well at 5-4. Rams try to get to 5-4 with a win tonight against the Dolphins. Did you see the stat about the Bucs, by the way? Tampa Bay is what, 1-4 in their last 5? So the Bucs in their last 5 games, I had it here and I don't know why I lost it. But Mark, in their last 5 games, Tampa Bay has averaged over 30 points a game. Apparently, they're only the second team in the history of the league to have a 5-game stretch averaging over 30 points a game. It's not only their last 5, Mark, I'm sorry. In their last 6 games, they've averaged just under 31 points a game. They're 1-5 in that stretch. In NFL history, only one other team has had a 6-game stretch in which they've averaged over 30 points a game for the stretch and gone 1-5. The 2024 Bucs are joined by the 2019 Bucs. In their last 5 games, they've averaged over 32 points a game, and they're 1-4. And apparently, only 3 teams in the history of the league have had a 5-game stretch where they've gone 1-4, averaging over 32 points a game. This year's Bucs, the 2019 Bucs, and apparently the 1983 Chiefs.
They've lost to the Falcons twice, the Niners, the Chiefs, and the Ravens in that stretch.
And remember, the defense gave up, and the defense played their ass off yesterday. But maybe they're just not any good because they gave up 23, and the Niners kicker missed 3 kicks.
And we've had people in the Twitch chat room. We've had a text or two wanting Todd Bowles fired. He's the defensive guy. That's our overreaction for today, David. The Bucs played their tails off against the Niners. They have no Godwin. They have no Evans, and yet people want the head coach fired. Do you think they're warranted at all to start blaming Bowles for the defense, David?
I do think the GM deserves some of it as well. But, yeah, I mean, he's the coordinator. I mean, when a defense is underperforming, don't we blame the coordinator? And then we start looking closely at the personnel. How much of it is injuries? How much of it is some guys just aren't good enough?
And I think there's a lot of that on the Tampa Bay defense, that they're just not good enough.
Well, most of them are draft picks. So
I know.
Who we blaming?
You got Vita Vea that can play. You got Cansey that can play.
Yeah, Cansey's got to stay in the lineup, though, and I love him. Love him. Love the pick. I love him as a player. He's got to stay on the field, though. Their
But
defensive
beyond that,
ends,
there's not difference makers on that
no,
team.
no, their defensive ends are not good enough. All right. And Levante David was all over the field yesterday, but how many games does he have like that left in him, quite frankly? You know, KJ Britt did the job alongside him last year. He's kind of playing his way out of the lineup this year. The secondary's been a disappointment to me.
They thought it was going to be better.
Yeah, hell, they thought it was going to be good. They let Carlton Davis and one other guy go. They were so convinced that what they had was good. They paid a couple of the young guys. Say this, though. This is the tough stretch of their schedule. They went 0-3, unfortunately for them. I mean, the 4 losses are Atlanta twice, Kansas City, and San Francisco, right?
And Baltimore in there, too.
Okay. I mean, you know, come on now. I mean, now they're playing teams the rest of the way. The only team with a winning record, I think, on their schedule the rest of the season is the LA Chargers.
That's correct.
So, you know, they're 4-6, but I mean, I wouldn't bet them to go 10-7, but it's doable. It really is. It's doable. And remember, the Bucs were 4-7 last year and finished 9-8.
I think they can get to 10-7. In fact, I'd make that bet with you. I'd probably want some odds. I'd probably want a little bit of help.
3-1?
Oh, for sure. You give me 3-1 on that, I'll make the bet right now.
Do it. Done. So you're betting the Bucs go 6-1 the rest of the way.
I am.
Okay. Here's the thing that could really hurt, though. 10-7 may not be enough.
That's a fact.
Now, listen, if you're a Bucs fan, believe it or not, silver lining yesterday. Pittsburgh beating Washington. Washington still has 2 more games to go with Philly, including Thursday night. You need the losses to start piling up for Washington because remember, week 1, who'd you beat? Washington. You'd win a 10-7 tiebreaker with them. They just have to get to 7. Miller and Moulton. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, logic, man. You know the Eagles are good. You just don't know how good. We'll say this: Philly would host Green Bay in the playoffs. It's not the easiest draw for a 2 seed. In fact, that was the one part we didn't do in that segment. Philly would host Green Bay. Atlanta would host Washington. That'd be rich, the Kirk Cousins game. And Arizona would host Minnesota. How many people would pick the 3 road teams?
A lot, David.
No doubt, RCB, no doubt. Paula, this is how good things are for you right now. Your quarterback threw 5 interceptions and you're applauding him. That's how good life is for you right now.
When I'm getting 11:30 p.m. positive text about the Lions, that's a scary time.
No doubt. Oh.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Jeff Cameron will join us in a little more than 15 minutes' time to talk about the historic collapse of the Florida State football program, which Mike Norvell yesterday tried to take some steps to put back together. He fired 3 longtime assistants, including both coordinators. We'll talk to Jeff Cameron about that, about can this thing be turned around in the next year or two? Jeff Cameron in a little more than 15 minutes' time. But, Mark, if we did this is who would make the playoffs if the season ended today, well, you know the other side of that. Who's on the clock?
That would be the Jags.
Yes, it would. Which would be fascinating. A team with the number 1 pick that's not going to take a quarterback. So what do? Hang tight and take the best player in the draft? Period? Or do they auction it off? Because the Giants are, right now, they have the number 2 pick. Tennessee, Cleveland, Vegas, 3, 4, 5. We are rattling off teams who need quarterbacks here.
Yeah, you know what's interesting, David? If Miami loses tonight, I think they jump from 6 to 3.
And yet, if they win tonight, they're a game back in the loss column of a playoff spot.
That's correct.
Now, we think the Dolphins have a tough finishing stretch, although 2 of those games are the Jets. And, hey, the Jets may just become the Bears. I mean, who knows? I mean, do we think the Jets are going to play hard the rest of the year after yesterday? Or could that thing just totally...
That's if you think they played hard yesterday.
And they didn't. And if they didn't play hard yesterday, which it certainly didn't look like they did, then why would they play hard the rest of the year? Ba-dum-bum. But Jacksonville and the Giants, Tennessee, Cleveland, Vegas, Miami right now in the 6 hole, but as Mark mentioned, they could be in the 3 slot, which would be fascinating because what if they don't think they need to take a quarterback? And you'd have 2 of the top 3 picks not be quarterback needing teams? New England at 7. They ain't going to take a quarterback. Got the Jets at 8. They need one. New Orleans at 9. They need one. Carolina at 10.
They need
one. Dallas at 11.
They need one, but they won't draft one.
They just signed one for a
Exactly.
5-year extension. So I will say this. How many games are the Cowboys going to win the rest of the year? Dak's done, by the way. Word over the weekend is that's going to season-ending surgery. He's done. How many games are they going to win with Cooper Rush or Trey Lance there?
If I were to put the over-under at a half, what would you go? Without looking at their schedule. Well, 1.5. Without looking at their schedule, if I put it at 1.5.
See, at a half, I was going over.
Somehow everybody finds a way to win a game.
Right. At a half, I was going over. 1.5, now that's different. I might go under. I mean, I just know they're scheduled for 2 Monday Night Football games right now. Could they become so bad that they get flexed out?
The Cowboys.
Right. The biggest draw in the sport. Could they become so bad they get flexed out? It happened last year. We flexed out of a Monday Night Chiefs game because they played the Patriots. And we thought, well, who the hell's going to want to watch a 3-win Patriots team? So we flexed out of a Chiefs game, which, needless to say, other network executives' eyebrows got it. CBS was like, are you serious? You're giving us a Chiefs game? Wow. Thank you. Put that sucker on at 1 o'clock. But the Cowboys, I think, play the Bengals in mid-December at home. I mean,
I don't think you'll flex it out because I think the Bengals will still be fighting for a playoff spot.
Okay.
And people like to watch the demise of the Dallas Cowboys. Don't kid yourself, David. For every Cowboy fan out there, there are 2 people that hate them.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe 3.
Does Jerry Jones call up Disney and say, listen, no more than 3 shots of my suite, okay?
How about yesterday they show his suite, he's not there? Like something bad had just happened. And Steven was there and Jared's seat's empty. I think he was thrown up in the bathroom. That's my guess.
I love that this is how, it's not like this was new. I mean, this stadium's been around, about 10 years now? Okay, and it's been around longer, in fact, because when FGCU went to the Sweet 16 in 2013, the game was at Jared's place. So the stadium's like nearly 15 years old now. And the one side is not a hard wall. The one side is, I don't think it's open, but it's glass. And so the sun sets this time of year late in the afternoon and the sunlight comes in. Well, for those of us of a certain age, the old Texas Stadium, the roof wasn't enclosed. And most of the year, the Cowboys played on a sun field. Only the sidelines and from the numbers maybe to the sidelines would be shade. The middle of the field was sunlight. Remember, America's team, God wants to be able to see his team. Those were the jokes they told, and everybody accepted it. Well, they were winning. That's what you say when you're winning. When you're losing, people go, what the hell they built a $2 billion stadium for where a wide receiver can't catch a touchdown because he lost the ball in the sun? Well, you guys weren't saying anything like that the last 3 years when the same time of the year.
We didn't lose a home game.
Right. When we won 16 straight home games, nothing was wrong with the stadium. I mean, Jerry can blow a draft pick, but he built a really nice stadium. Oh, not yesterday. Oh, he's an idiot for that too. I will say his hair is looking really old. He's got to get new hair. I mean, he's got to be like Bill Self. Bill Self gets new hair every year. Bill looks great. Every year, Bill looks great. Jerry needs new hair. It's looking old.
And a new offensive line.
Defensive front.
Couple running backs. Maybe a receiver or two would help Lamb. That's one side of the ball of what he needs. I think he needs a few things more than he needs hair, David.
No, I actually think, first off, you go with what's the easiest to replace. He could get the hair done today. I mean, he really could. Just saying. He's looking, I'm just saying, he's starting to look,
His age?
Exactly. But he goes to great lengths not to look his age. That's what I'm saying. So, I mean, if you're going to go to great lengths to not look his age, then come on now. Keep going. Keep working at it. Don't give up just because your team sucks. Come on now.
And boy, do they suck.
Not good. They have trailed in 5 home games by 20 or more points. At home. They're terrible at home. They're winless at home. It's unbelievable. They hadn't lost at home since 2021. Wow.
And blown out again yesterday at the hands of the Eagles. Miller and Moulton. We'll talk to another place where a disaster is going on. It's Tallahassee. Jeff Cameron joins the show next. Thanks for listening.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
This is weird, David. I'm getting a dial tone, but it's not dialing out. There it goes.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour, before the Diamond District bonus hour begins here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. It's been a while, but joining us now on the American Paint Supplies hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs, is Jeff Cameron, warchant.com, Real Talk in Tallahassee. Boy, we left you alone because, well, this season's been depressing enough. We didn't think you'd want to talk about it to anyone else. But once I found out you were going to the game Saturday, I'm like, well, we got to talk. Please tell me you at least got good food in Chicago.
Huh. We just lost him there, and I don't know what happened.
Uh-oh, see? Phones hadn't worked since the hurricane. First time we tried to get a guest on with the phones. Knew it was too good. Boy, I'd like that setup too. Thought that was fun. You know, because I know he was spending time in Chicago. He's got ties to Chicago. So, I mean, what are we going to do? Talk about 52-3? I mean, no, I figured we'd talk some food in Chicago.
Let's try that again. I think we've got him now. Let's see if this thing works. Jeff, can you hear us?
I got you now, guys.
All right.
I don't want you to have to sit around and talk 52-3.
No, well, my first question was, please tell me you got some good food in Chicago.
Oh, man, now I'm losing you.
Oh, come on. What the heck?
I don't know what to do.
Yeah? Oh, well. Best laid plans of mice and men.
All the buttons are pressed properly, as far as I know.
He made time for us at everything in his day. I think we're like right in between taking, one of the kids to school.
All right. You trying again here, guys?
We are trying one more time. Jeff, do you have us?
I got you. Let's cross our fingers here. David, talk quick.
Well, we've tried twice to talk about food in Chicago. That seems to be a bad subject. So he fires 3 coaches yesterday, including both coordinators. Too little, too late? I mean, does the whole staff have to go? I mean, recruiting's not going well, is it?
Well, it's not going to go well when you're losing as decisively and often as Florida State is, as you know. But I think, fans were getting anxious in the sense that they wanted to believe that Mike understood the depth of how bad things are here. But you have to make an announcement in season at some point when it's gone this bad. So I don't know that it's too late. I think it is a signal that this might just be the beginning. When you fire the OC and the DC, obviously you're announcing that you understand this is untenable.
How much pressure was on Cameron to make a move like this? Was this done by himself, or was this done from the outside?
I think Mike knew. I mean, he's not a dummy. He can read the tea leaves here. This is a disaster, the likes of which we've never seen, guys. We've never seen somebody go 13-0, 12-0 in a regular season, win the conference title, rebuild a program that was down in the dumps when he got there, and then totally nosedive the next year. Now, I think we're part of a changing shift in college football where we're going to see disparate results, but I don't think anybody thought this was possible to be this bad, this quick. I think he knew that he better make changes or it'd be his head on the chopping block. The tenor has changed, guys, over the course of this year. It started with, well, this is a terrible year, and Mike needs to look in the mirror and figure out what isn't working with his process, and something's flawed, and these wins masked what was flawed in the past. And then somewhere along the way, it went to, okay, you're going to have to fire some guys now. And then in the last 2 weeks, it's gone to maybe we need to fire Mike. And I think Mike could hear, the whispers from the money people and from the athletic department that, hey, man, this may be unfixable if you're not careful. So I think Mike knew he had to act.
What happened to the floor with this program? I mean, let's face it, Jeff, nobody thought this was possible. That, if key guys got hurt, if key guys underperformed, that, maybe they could go, I don't know, 5-7. How in the hell did the floor become 1-11 or 2-10?
This is debated in the circles of people that cover this team and follow this team and root for this team. I mean, this is a fan base left incredulous, and that question is the one that is repeated time and again. How is it possible to go let's see if they go 2-10. How is it possible to do that at Florida State? My answer to that, David, is I think that when they lost the NFL players that they did off that roster last year, many of whom are succeeding right now at a very high level in the NFL, they didn't just lose guys that made plays. So it's one thing you lose Braden Fisk, you lose Jordan Travis, you lose Jared Purse, you lose Bernardo Green. All these guys are playing, Jerry Oncho. All these guys are playing in the league, and they're starting, and they're playing well. That's a lot of talent to lose, but a lot of big-time programs lose a lot of really talented players to the league every year. I think what he maybe didn't recognize was that those guys bought in to everything that he did and sold it to the other players as something that they had to buy into. And as well as I do, if your best players are the ones working the hardest and believe the most, then anybody underneath them has no choice but to go along for the ride. The transition, when all of those guys left en masse to go to the league, I think he felt safe would be an easy one. I think he felt as if, okay, well, they understand this is how it looks. This is how hard you have to work. This is what it takes to be successful. And they ended up having no leaders to speak of. And when they lost that first game in Ireland, you could see the look on his face. He looked a little bit more concerned than just a guy who lost a game overseas under weird circumstances. He looked like he had misread the team. And the further, down the road we got on this schedule, I think you could see it happening more and more every day. Like, they went from being competitive in games and looking like they had opportunities to win some games to absolutely looking as if they're going through the motions on every play.
This is the dangers of the transfer portal, isn't it? Because can you recruit the portal the same way where you recruit a high school kid, where you really get to know everything about that kid over a couple-year process? It seems that in the portal, you don't have that same opportunity to really get to know the kid. You know the talent, you know the potential, but you don't know the kid. Is that a fair assessment?
I think that's true, Mark, and I think we're all learning as we watch this play out. I mean, I understand that Florida State is the greatest example of just how bad it can go if you rely too heavily on the portal. But if we look around the country, there are a lot of very good coaches and very good programs having very strange seasons. And, I look at last year's defending national champion. How does Michigan not have a quarterback? Why are they 6-6 potentially, or worse yet? Why is, there's an answer for all of this when you look around at these different programs. I think Lance Leipold's one of the best coaches in the country. Kansas won 9 games last year. I know it's Kansas. They're going to win 4 games this year. It is very, very strange. There are more examples. I'm just using those of places where I think there's good coaching and great talent, and you're not seeing results. I think college football fans are going to have to become more like NFL fans, because in the NFL, you watch teams who one year finish dead last in the NFC South and the next year win it and go to the playoffs, or name your division. This happens pretty consistently, that we get new teams into the NFL playoffs every year, and many times the teams that didn't kick down the door are teams that won, 7 games the year before. So it's one of the great things about the NFL is that fans have hope year to year. Now, one of the things that is great about that league and is not currently something that you can rely on in college football is, if I sign a free agent linebacker who I know is going to make a difference for me, well, he's under contract and he's not going anywhere. And I've got him for however long that contract, whatever the guarantee is, I've got him 3 years, let's say. I know he's going to be here every day helping my team get better so long as he doesn't get hurt. In college football, you have to re-recruit your own player every day, every year, all the time. Unlimited transfers, and NIL money abounds everywhere now, not just in a few places. And you never know who's talking to your star freshman who didn't get on the field as much as he would have liked last year. And now all of a sudden some other school says, hey, we got a starting spot for you right here. And oh, by the way, we also have NIL. Feel free to transfer, and you don't even have to sit out.
He's Jeff Cameron, host of the Jeff Cameron Show, War Chant, Real Talk in Tallahassee. Follow him on X, the letter J, Cameron Show, the letter J, Cameron Show. All right. Obviously, we're hearing about all the top recruits that one by one are going, I don't know. Don't think I'm going to Tallahassee after all. how good or bad is the 2025 class? And is this the biggest part of his staff shakeup? That for as good as Norvell was, if not great, in the portal of 21 and 22, if you will, that his high school recruiting has not been in the same area code. Is this where Mike has to establish the floor with his high school recruiting?
I think so, David. I think that's been a knock and a fair one the entire time, even amidst the success that he was having. Florida State never, depending on the service you wanted to look at, never even finished in the top 10 in recruiting. And they didn't do so after winning 19 games in a row in 23 of 26 over 2 years. If you're not cracking the top 10 in recruiting after those kinds of seasons, which basically announced you were back and then some. And don't forget, they were also churning out NFL talent, and recruits like to see that. And you still couldn't do it. It means you're not, I don't think anyhow, establishing a proper mindset towards recruiting. Mike has to look in the mirror there, and he has to look at what he demands of these assistants. Now, the question, David, is in a situation like this, who can you bring in that is an elite recruiter? Who wants this job right now? Now, it's going to have to be somebody that I would imagine is under the same umbrella as every other college coach, which means they're a Jimmy Sexton client. And it's going to have to be somebody that they've already contacted through back channels who's unhappy where they are, but does still have a good reputation. It's going to have to be somebody that is given assurances by the athletic director that the announcement yesterday, in essence, means that Mike will be here for another 2 to 3 years. Because nobody says, yeah, I'll come back to a program or to a program where the coach has got 1 year left. They're not going to do it. So you have to make a lot of promises right now and hope that people buy in and see it as a great opportunity.
Here's the question, and it's a very simple one. Is it a great opportunity?
Well, I still think Florida State has shown that when it's operating at peak efficiency, it's elite. And, that comes with the cachet of what they've established and also where they are, the footprint of where they are. You can still get good players here. There's still a lot of people that want to play for Florida State when they're playing well. You have to know, though, Mark, you have to know if you're one of these coaches or if you're a recruit that basically the situation is going to be stabilized with these hires. Now, you're going to have to understand also that you're not going from 2-10 this year to 10-2 next year. That this is probably going to be, unfortunately, another climb. Maybe you get back to 6-6. It is the ACC after all. Let's not kid ourselves. It's not murderer's row. You ought to be able to, at Florida State, if well coached and buttoned up, get to 7-5 in any given year. And then from there, you have that as a catalyst to maybe have more success the following year and you get it back humming. I mean, we do see this. It's fascinating. You look at the success Miami's having right now. Now, Mario Cristobal is a great recruiter. But let's not kid ourselves. If they didn't win the bid war for the quarterback, who's a stud, who knows where Miami's at right now? But they had to win, and they did, and they got him. He's gone after this year. I think that we're going to see, again, these disparate seasons back and forth with many programs. It's even starting to happen at some of the bigger names. Like, look what Alabama is this year. It's a good football team. Are they a great football team? Is Georgia an elite football team? They're all worlds better than Florida State, no doubt. But I do think we're seeing now a little bit more of a lessening of the dominance towards the top in college football with these unlimited transfers.
Is the reason Mike Norvell is going to be given 2 or 3 years is because the buyout right now is $65 million?
Certainly seems to be number one on the list.
But like if it was Napier's buyout, which is 26, do you think he'd be gone?
I'm not so sure, David. I'd love to say something definitive because it's not fun to sit the fence here. But I do think, given they're involved in a lawsuit, an overhaul of the stadium, as well as building a football-only facility, that they would rather not write a check for 20, 30, 40, and certainly $64, $65 million if they don't have to. They like Mike. Mike, one of the things about Mike, he's a guy that really lives it, talks it, and lives it the same. He is there every day, 4 a.m., hardworking, believes in what he does. There aren't like holes in the agenda where you look and you say, this doesn't match up. This isn't consistent. He doesn't follow his own rules here. That's not what's happened here. So I think they want to buy into Mike. They want to believe in Mike. And Mike did have success. I think he has to change some things about how he views recruiting, like you guys touched on, and how he views his organization and what he demands of these coaches that he's bringing in. You know, Mike has been kind of a micromanager. He's a young guy, so he wanted to do it all. He's the head coach. He calls all the plays. He's the guy in recruiting. He does this, he does that. I don't know in modern football where these organizations are as big as they are now that you can be all of those things and get it right across the board. I think you have to trust the people around you.
Jeff Cameron, the Jeff Cameron Show. All right. Real Talk in Tallahassee, warchant.com. Follow him on X, the letter J, Cameron Show, J Cameron Show. Jeff, be well. We'll talk in and around the Gators game, okay?
Sounds good, guys. Have a great morning. Good to be with you.
Jeff Cameron joining us once again on Miller and Moulton. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real. The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Get our points, man. Bates, that was freaking ginormous. Look, and I just say this again. This is what great teams do. This is what great teams do. Even when you're having an off day, you find a way, man. You freaking find a way and you will it to happen. That's what you did today. That's what you did. I got 3 game balls. All right? I'm going to start here. All right? This guy is from here. All right? This guy's from here. No points in the second half. 2 takeaways. He is the defensive coordinator. 4 tackles, 2 picks. CD. 2 picks.
I just want to say one thing, man. I swear to God, every game I'm coming out here and giving y'all my best, man. Like, I don't know what's going on. Whether we down or we up, y'all got me. Y'all got me.
Last but not least, 2 field goals, one on 50, 58 yards, the other one a game winner, 52 yards, 2 extra points. Mr. Bates!
Hey, good win. Shout out my boys, Jack and Hogan, man. I love you guys, and man, I'm just so happy to be a part of that operation. Love you guys.
Break it down, man. Hey,
God, I so hope they go to the Super Bowl. I really do. God, it would be great. And I don't need to see the Niners again. Lions Bills would be awesome for the obvious storylines. Lions Ravens. I got to admit, Realtor Clark, I think a lot of people, I mean, Chiefs going for the 3-peat, be historic. But I think a lot of people are Chiefsed out.
That's why
I think
Chiefs
everybody
Lions would be really good.
I think everybody would be rooting for the Lions outside of Kansas City fans.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour. Even for me, it's 6 a.m. out west, getting ready for Monday Night Football tonight. The Dolphins and the Rams. Both teams with 3-game streaks. Rams winning, Dolphins losing. Dolphins in a fascinating spot. If they win tonight with the Patriots and Raiders on deck, they can very much get back in the playoff chase. They'd be a game back in the loss column for the final playoff spot in the conference. They lose tonight, they have the 3rd overall pick of the draft.
If they lose tonight as well, Florida's football teams over the weekend will go 0-12. And FBS, FAU, Miami, Florida, Florida State, USF, and UCF all lost.
Right. The Big Five and FAU. FIU was idle. Right. So that's 6.
Right. That's 6. FCS, FAMU, Bethune, and Stetson all lost.
That's 9.
The Jags and Bucks lost yesterday.
That's 11. So we're going for the dozen. The dirty
Dolphins
dozen.
would make it a dozen. You got that right. The dirty dozen, David.
Has this ever happened? It seems unlikely.
According to Tim Reynolds, David, this has never happened. Ever.
Well, we like Tim Reynolds, AP, based out of Miami. Very witty guy, by the way, on X. Also a very good reporter. All right. So a chance for some in-state history. By the way, anybody see the end of the first half of UCF's game against Arizona State? So UCF's backed up on like their own one. There's less than a minute to go in the half. Arizona State has no timeouts left. UCF is the lead. You know, you run a quarterback sneak just to get off the goal line, gain your yard or whatever. And then you have enough room. You have to run one more play. You could run the same play again, or you have enough room. You could probably do the kneel down. And you get out of the half. And you take the lead into the locker room. Yeah, UCF's running plays. And they throw a pick six. And Arizona State takes the lead in the locker room. And Arizona State ends up winning by like 3 or 4. In a back and forth second half. What the hell was Gus Malzahn doing?
In a first half that they were in control of too, David.
Yeah, they were playing well. They've made the change at quarterback. It's working. Okay, they're playing better. They're going on the road. Arizona State 6-2 had coming into the game. I mean, you know, if you're UCF, this would be a nice win to get. Beat a middle of the pack Big 12 team at their place. I mean, you got to get to middle of the pack first before you get to the top of the food chain, right? Unless you're going to do what Deion's done in Colorado, which he's like, nah, we're just going to go from the bottom to the top. We're going to give me a year. We'll get it done. I mean,
not like
seriously.
a couple wins. Not like a couple wins aren't important for UCF right now.
Well, right? Don't they need?
Yeah.
Don't they? What are they? Like 4 wins on the year?
They're 4-6. That would have made them 5-5.
Right. And you know, when you're UCF, you want to go bowling,
and you need to start winning a couple of conference games.
Right.
Start getting some credibility in the Big 12.
Golly. I mean, now he may go 5-7 again and miss a bowl again. Remember, they had the one game last year. They were 35-10 at home in the third quarter. They lost. That was the game that I think kept them from going bowling. I mean, it's not working. It's not working right now with Gus. And you wonder if they'll make a change or if they'll say to Gus, 2025 better be make it happen year there, big fella. We thought it would be happening a little bit better than how it's happening. So, and Deion's, I think, putting a lot of pressure on coaches in that conference. A lot of pressure. And maybe even more than just that conference. I mean, think about what between Cignetti at Indiana and Deion. Think about the pressure they're putting on coaches all over the country.
A ton, David. Because if you're a middle of the road to bottom rung team in the Big Ten and the SEC, and you see what Indiana's doing, you want to do it.
Yeah. I mean, like Jeff Cameron brought up last segment, how does Michigan not have a quarterback? Michigan. How does Michigan not have a quarterback? And they don't. They do not have a competent quarterback on the team. They don't. How's that possible? That's a fair question for an AD to ask, right? Hey, I've been worried about other things. You know, I had Juwan Howard to deal with and, you know, this, that, and the other thing. I'm just curious, how did we not end up with a competent quarterback on the team? Somebody want to answer? And by the way, don't blame the kids. Okay, that's not a viable answer. You guys need to tell me how you want to blame Harbaugh. Okay, I might be willing to listen to that. But somebody's got to explain to me why we don't have a quarterback. How does the kid at Indiana, how did we miss out on the transfer from James Madison? What, we didn't think he was good enough?
How did you miss out the kid at Vanderbilt right now?
Right.
I mean, look at what Vandy's doing, and they're doing that largely on a transfer quarterback.
I mean, did you guys just make a mistake? You thought that your room was better than quarterbacks like this, and you didn't want to bring them in for a one-year rental, blah, blah, blah. Well, let me tell you something. Okay, we're going to go 6-6 this year. If you had brought in one of these quarterbacks, you'd probably go 8-4, maybe 9-3. I don't want to go 6-6. We're Michigan. 6-6 doesn't fly. Now they're throwing all this money at the kid who's verbally committed to LSU, but he's from 20 minutes away from Ann Arbor and what have you. By the way, the word is that the USC quarterback, Miller Moss, he wants to go to Michigan. He's already played there, lost a heartbreaker, but he knows they need a quarterback. He wants to go somewhere where he's going to be, loved. Think about that, by the way. You want to talk about the cold reality of college football. He waits patiently for 2 years behind Caleb Williams. All right. He gets his turn. USC's got real issues on that team. Neither tackle can block. All right. Never mind issues on defense, and they don't have the depth that they'd like and the whole deal. I mean, Lincoln's still building that program. They have a very challenging schedule. They do. They got the bad end of the draw. Plus, their non-conference schedule includes LSU and Notre Dame. I mean, USC's got a man schedule. They go 4-5 in their first 9 games, and Lincoln Riley says to Miller Moss, hey, man, appreciate the 3 years you gave me, but I'm moving on to the hotshot recruit. Really? Okay.
You don't have much of a choice now. You don't go to the hotshot recruit, you lose the hotshot recruit. He leaves.
Yep. So now he's got to play him for 3 or 4 games and hope that that's enough, that he shows enough that, A, you commit to paying him for next year and he still wants to stay. Hey, listen, this goes back to 2017, and we weren't openly paying players the way we are now. I mean, we might have been behind the scenes, but it wasn't out in the open. But the word was if Tua didn't get in late in the 2017 season, he was transferring. And by the way, he was going to USC because he was going to go someplace that was as close to home as he could that wasn't Hawaii. And at halftime, Nick benches Hurts and puts Tua in, and they win a natty. And then Nick basically says, yeah, Tua's going to be the quarterback next year. Because trust me, Tua and his parents looked at Nick and said, we ain't going to do the quarterback competition. You need to say who the quarterback is. And if you lose Jalen, you lose Jalen. But if it's a competition, you're going to lose me.
How about UCLA, by the way, having the same record as USC?
Right? Won 3 in a row.
Just got done beating Iowa.
Mm-hmm. Ran into a lot of people from Iowa yesterday. They came out, they had a Friday night game, and they made weekend plans. They came out, they treated themselves. They saw the schedule. They said, hey, how about we do a little 3-4 days out in SoCal in November? Oh, yeah. Saw a lot of Iowa people at the airport yesterday, checking out of the hotel yesterday morning. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, not happy.
No, but they got, good weather, though. They got a day on the beach.
That was at least that's something. That's a consolation prize.
Well, it is. It is. Not a lot of beaches in Iowa. I mean, think about it. It was a night game or a late afternoon. It was an early evening game. You could spend the day at the beach. If you fly out on Thursday, you could do a beach Friday, go to the game. It's not like traffic was a problem. I mean, UCLA draws 812 people. All right. So you guys all make your way to the Rose Bowl. You don't get a chance to go to the Rose Bowl most years. You're like, son of a gun. That's what this stadium looks like. All right. Yeah, you lose the game. That's a bummer. You still got all day Saturday in SoCal.
Yeah, depends on whether or not you had Iowa and over the 7.5, because that really put a crimp in the chances of they've got to win out now to get to that over number.
True. By the way, to review, I went 3-5. I knew it was not going to be a good week when my Friday night special, Memphis up 14 most of the fourth quarter, and Rice with the late grunter to lose by 7. And I went, son of a gun. Uh-oh, that could be a
your
sign.
Friday night string. You'd been on a roll on Fridays, David.
Yep, I had been 3-0 on Fridays. So I went 3-5. Mark went 3-2. Lee is 2-2, and he's got the Rams tonight.
But I think the most important part of breaking down what Miller and Moulton did over the weekend is that Miller and Moulton had 3 games that they were in complete agreement on.
Correct.
And as David was reading off his 8 games that he picked, and he got to the second game that we agreed on, you could just hear me in the background going, oh, no.
We're in trouble.
Oh, no. And then he picked a third game.
Correct.
So if it wasn't for Pittsburgh's dramatic win against Washington, we would have gone 0-3.
Right.
And it was looking like it was an 0-3 run for Miller and Moulton. Ran into a guy on Friday at the golf course, and he goes, I thought it was funny when you were going through all the oh-no's, but why? I said, when David and I agree on picks, our track record is awful. I go, I would run the other way on those 3 games.
So if you did, you went 2-1. You made a few bucks, courtesy of Miller and Moulton. We'll take the credit. We gave you plenty of advance warning. We didn't do it on purpose. We just did it naturally, and we both looked at one another and agreed. Man, we suck when we agree on the same picks. Uh-oh.
And as far as just picking winners on the NFL, I kept my lead on David. As the 4 games we disagreed upon, we split 2-2. Miller and Moulton, good, bad, and ugly in 25 minutes.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
It's the hotel, unfortunately. Toto. The sun is just coming up. I'm in LA. It's Malibu, actually. Yeah, I think it's a Big Ten Network game, Ryan. Could be wrong.
Yes, Ohio State Northwestern is Big Ten Network, David.
Right. Because I know it was not a game that we had the ability, and when I say we, I mean CBS, to bid on. Like, it's a bad slate for Big Ten games this week. I think, I mean, we've got Penn State at Purdue, for goodness sake. And then we're going to probably have Penn State at Minnesota. And then probably Notre Dame at USC. And then the Big Ten title game. And then Army-Navy. Kind of looking forward to certainly the last 4 games. Pressure on Penn State. Can't slip up to make the playoff. Notre Dame has to win to make the playoff. Big Ten title game. Probably an Oregon-Ohio State rematch. That'd be fun. Army-Navy. Favorite game of the year.
David, I know you get a bye, and I know you'd rather be the 1, but how much more would you rather be the 1 than the 5?
Oh, no, the 5 could be 5, 6. It might be the spots.
5. You're going to get a Big 12 champ.
Well, also, you'll probably get Boise. Okay.
Right.
That's the thing, though. Will Boise be the 12?
It should be.
You'll get a home game, and then you'll face the worst conference champion, whether that's...
That could be a poll question right there.
Well, maybe one day. Bum, 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 bum. Mark, your question is favorite fast food gas station breakfast sandwich.
Ooh. That it's either a Marathon or a Mobile on Corkscrew serves a good breakfast sandwich. But the empanadas at the Mobile in the Miramar parking lot is also outstanding. I'd probably have to go the empanadas.
And it'd probably be the ham, egg, and cheese croissant from Burger King for me.
Yeah, the one by Culver's serves a good breakfast burrito there. At least it used to. I haven't been in forever.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts, a pick or two coming up. So, this is where I'm supposed to, you do the next segment. This is where I'm supposed to have on Mondays, some goodies. Monday Night Football, after all, I'm part of the crew. I've got to be privy to some information. So I feel like there's pressure on me every Monday in this time slot. I have to provide some interesting material, probably some material that, the people I work for wish that I would, not broadcast over the air. But I don't know. You're probably going to hear it later on tonight, but maybe some of you won't watch. So I want you to have this information to do with whatever you will, Mark, for entertainment purposes only or in other purposes. First off, help me out here. On Friday, wasn't the spread 1?
Rams were a 1-point favorite on Friday. When we did the segment with Lee, I wrote them down Friday morning.
Right. And because the money was coming in on Miami.
Yes.
And you and I were surprised. After all, they'd lost 3 in a row. Why is the money coming in on the Dolphins? And the Rams have won 3 in a row. Now, isn't the line back up to 2.5? That's what I thought I saw this morning.
Rams are a 2.5-point favorite. You are correct.
That is interesting. Because it was like 2.5, 3 at the start of the week, bet down to 1, Now it's back up to 2.5. Huh. So that's number one. Number two. All right. Sometimes the research department at the Four Letter Network does some research in which we could tell you, listen, this is probably how this game's going to play out. You know, certain teams are bad against tight ends. Certain teams play predominant this type of defense. So, you know, if from a fantasy standpoint, you know, you want to make a prop bet tonight, this is what you should look for. We've given out some really good advice and analysis along those lines lately. Let me just give you some info. So, Tua holds onto the ball the shortest period of time in the league. His throwing distance is the shortest of any quarterback in the league. Less than 6 yards beyond the line of scrimmage is the average pass from Tua. If you blitz Tua, you're a moron. Let me give you the blitz versus non-blitz and the man-to-man coverage against the Dolphins' weapons versus zone coverage numbers. It's stunning. So under McDaniel, if you blitz Tua, he's thrown 17 touchdowns and 1 interception. It's the best in the league for all the quarterbacks who have attempted 125 or more passes over the last 2.5 years. He literally has been the best quarterback in the league against the blitz, at least in terms of TDs and interceptions. If you're into like the QBR stat, he's top 3. Mahomes and Dak are the other 2. Okay. So how are we going to defend the Dolphins? We going to go man or are we going to go zone? Well, here, I'll just give you some information and you decide. Okay? Man to man, Tua's got 37 TDs and 4 picks. Zone, 22 TDs, 20 picks.
Seems like it's pretty easy then. You
Mark,
don't blitz and you play zone.
Yeah.
I mean,
it does, doesn't
seems
it?
like it's all right there.
Doesn't it?
It's all laid out. The
it-
24, the 17, sorry.
Right. So, by the way, so far this year, 4 TDs, no picks against man, 1 TDs, 3 picks against zone. So, anyway, I think the Rams are going to win tonight. Why? Because the Rams are a decent team, and the Dolphins, quite frankly, don't beat teams that are decent or better. I also think that the Dolphins, all the injuries on defense, the Dolphins defense is kind of performing like the Bucs defense right now. Good enough early enough to keep you in games, bad enough late enough to lose.
Put it this way, this game to me for the Dolphins to win has to be an over. I mean, I think Miami has to win a shootout.
Don't you think they have to get to 30?
Every bit of it, David. Every bit of it. A touchdown a quarter is not going to be enough to win tonight.
It'll be very close, right? Could lose that one 30-28, might win it 28-27, but then again, you know, you put 27 on the board against Arizona, they beat you with a late field goal. You put 27 on the board against Buffalo, they beat you with a late field goal. I mean, your defense has kind of said to you, he's got a first digit needs to be a 3, guys. We're not that good right now.
Chris Perkins on the show last week said he blamed the offense against the Bills and took heat for it. What do you mean blame the offense? They scored 27 points. Well, the defense is so decimated with injuries that it needs to score more than that.
Right. He said going into the game, come on now, you had to think you needed to get into the 30s to beat Buffalo in Buffalo. So, and listen, you're talking to 2 guys who happen to think that Matthew Stafford is one of the most underrated quarterbacks of all time. We're big fans.
And he has his weapons back. So Miami looks as if they're going to have trouble stopping the Rams.
Yes, for the Dolphins, if you still believe they have a chance to have a season, this is it. Got to win, get to 3-6. Patriots and Raiders coming up. Hey, no game's easy in the NFL, but you'll be favored in both. That gets you to 5-6. You got 2 games remaining with the Jets. You got a game with Cleveland. I mean, some of these games are on the road. Some could be bad weather. Hey, you dug yourself the hole, but come on now. Think about it. We just rolled out after tonight. Patriots, Raiders, 2 with the Jets and 1 with the Browns. I mean, they're all drafted in the top 10. I mean, come on now. You win tonight, that's potentially 5 wins. That's 8.
All right, Mr. Genius Coach, offensive coordinator. Time to see Tyreek Hill be Tyreek Hill again. That would be nice.
Got that right.
Time to see Waddle be Waddle again. You need to get your offensive weapons in the game.
No excuses. SoFi, fast turf. Weather's not an issue. I actually think it's going to be a very entertaining game. I do. I think it will be a fun game. We had a lot of fun games.
Right. The Dolphins can't stop anybody.
Right. I mean, come on. Won't you be very surprised if both teams don't score at least in the mid to upper 20s?
Yeah, I would bet the over. I think it's 48.
I mean, to me, this game's got to get in the 50s, doesn't it? Don't you think the losers got 24 tonight?
David, I think the loser could have 28 tonight. I really do.
Now, this has been a very entertaining week. It started Thursday night with just a tremendous Bengals-Ravens game. But think about it. Niners-Bucks, 23-20. Okay? Chiefs-Broncos, 16-14. Steelers-Commanders, 28-27. Saints-Falcons, 2017. Hell, even the game in Germany wasn't necessarily well played. It was close. Went to overtime. And we all know how last night ended with a 52-yarder at the gun for the Lions. I mean, we've had a lot of entertaining close games this weekend. I say we begin and end the week with close entertaining.
And high scoring at that. Miller and Moulton. Today was the day when the good, the bad, and the ugly. A pick, a sprinkle, a boost. We'll try to find it all as we wrap things up on an Overreaction Monday.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, Logic Man, this was the scouting report on him. He's a recruiter more than he is a game coach.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour, 16 until we're done yapping. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. David Sampson, Pat Kerwin at the very least on the show tomorrow. I'll still be out here in LA after Monday Night Football. We'll make our picks on that game coming up. It's Veterans Day. Obviously, take a moment. Some things are going to be closed, and rightfully so. But take a moment today. Honor the day. Thank every veteran you run into for their service today if you don't do it every day.
Sent the text out to my brother-in-law already. The Air Force veteran that he is.
Do you think Michael Strahan is getting fairly or unfairly criticized? Don't know if you saw so Fox, and they've done this for a long time. The weekend that the NFL, is going to wear camo stuff and honor our veterans, and it's always right around Veterans Day. And so they were at San Diego, I think, yesterday, on a ship and doing their pregame show and halftime and postgame. And I guess at one moment they were doing the anthem. And so the whole show was standing there, and they had their hands on their hearts. And Strahan was standing there, and he had his hands, and he kind of grabbed his wrists. Okay, and he just had his arms down. He was standing at attention for the anthem, but he didn't have his hand over his heart. And now the irony is Strahan's from a military family. I mean, grew up on Army bases. So, and has great respect actually for the military and his dad. But so there was the picture of, the 5 or 6 Fox guys and Strahan not having a hand over his heart, and he's getting crushed.
Really?
Yes. Being seen as unpatriotic. Okay.
I mean, David, I look at, obviously we're not on the same level as Strahan, never will be, not trying to say, but I've heard the national anthem thousands of times broadcasting games. I never once have put my hand over my heart during the national anthem. I keep my arms, my hands, crossed. I learned because sometimes I would be doing work as the anthem started.
Yes.
And learned very quickly that quit whatever work you're doing and stand up. And not that I wasn't standing, but I might be leaning over a desk or something of the like. It's much to do about nothing, if you ask me.
Well, and maybe our backgrounds make us feel that way, because you're right, Mark. I mean, first off, and you and I have talked about this in the past. I mean, when I was in grade school for the Pledge of Allegiance, they taught you to do the hand over your heart. But shortly after grade school, I didn't stand with my hand over my heart for no reason. Just consciously, I didn't do it and haven't done it since. And you're right. I stand for the anthem. I don't talk. I try desperately not to do anything at all, but just stand and take in the anthem. And I will mouth the words, but that's how I do the anthem. So I would have been just like Strahan. I would have been standing there with, my one hand over my wrist. But I stand next to Troy Aikman every Monday in the booth, and Troy has his hand over his heart, standing right next to me. Big, tall, strapping quarterback. Every time, by the way, without fail. So,
yeah, I didn't know it was a prerequisite. And I'm not being a jerk here, but I never thought it was a prerequisite. I've never put my hand over my heart during the anthem. Pledge of Allegiance, yes. It's the way I was taught.
Right. So, just saying though, it's hey, social media. It's a thing.
Today's outrage.
Yeah, well, we're really good at outrage about stuff that is very minor. We're good at that.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
We start in 1620 today, David. The Mayflower Compact is signed by the Pilgrims at Cape Cod, establishing the framework of government in the territory that is now the U.S. of A. 1918. The armistice was signed by the Allies in Germany, comes into effect the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month. President Harding dedicates the tomb of the unknown soldier at Arlington today in 1921. Municipal Grant Park Stadium was renamed Soldier Field today in 1925 in Chicago.
Okay.
1926, U.S. Route 66 is established from Chicago to Santa Monica, 2,448 miles. Sun Records released Great Balls of Fire by Jerry Lee Lewis today in 1957. Fernando Valenzuela becomes the first rookie to win a Cy Young Award today in 1981. Roger Clemens would go back-to-back with Cy Young Awards today in 87. General Patton and Jonathan Winters both would have celebrated birthdays today. I don't know if you could have two people who are more polar opposites than General George Patton and Jonathan Winters. Golfer Fuzzy Zeller is 73 today. Actress Demi Moore is 62. And Leo, he's 50. Does that mean he has to stop dating 23-year-olds?
One would like to think, right?
I mean, it's bordering on creepy now.
Really? You think so?
That's me saying it, David.
By the way, you mentioned Fuzzy Zeller, and I don't think Fuzzy's active on the Champions Tour anymore. Did you see what Longer did? Final event, I believe, on the Champions Tour this year. Longer had a streak. He had won every single year he had been on the Champions Tour. But he got hurt this year. Missed half the season. He's 67. He won this weekend. He's won a tournament for 18 consecutive years on the Champions Tour.
Well, David, I remember when you and I were doing a show down in Naples for whatever the senior event was. And Longer had just shot like 62.
Right.
Shot 8 under, I believe it was. Or it might have been par 72 and he shot 10 under. But he lapped the field. He was up by a bunch. And Longer came up and did a couple minutes with us, very gracious, and then went right down to the putting green and got back to work.
Right below us.
Yeah.
And was going through all his putting drills. Right. And he had just had a day where he had like 24 putts.
Exactly.
And it was a beautiful, February afternoon. I think it was a Friday. And, go enjoy yourself. Get a nice meal or what have you. Nope, he's down there grinding.
By the way, did I miss anything today, David?
One or two things I had queued up, but I had to get that Longer thing in there. Hold on. Let me.
No, and it's very worth getting in because that's a remarkable feat. The senior tour has done him well. Not that the regular tour did him all that poorly, but he has been amazing.
Two things I wanted to mention today. On this day, 82 years ago, we lowered the draft age to 18. We did it today in 42. That's number one. All right. Here's the second thing. All right. This is big. I mean, it's not as big as that, but in a lighthearted way, this was big. So history was made on television today, Mark, in 78.
78?
78.
Okay.
Yep. Dukes of Hazzard. They had the car jump the police car today.
The General Lee?
The General Lee. Yep. The car reached 16 feet high and went 82 feet in the air. Okay.
How many of you are humming the song in your head right now? Little Waylon Jennings in your ear. At least it should be.
And then, of course, it was so well received that clip they put in the Open. Yep. But it was on today in 78. All right. That 69 Dodge Charger. All right. They had it catapult over that police car. It's an iconic time. Come on now. I mean, I was not into the show, but that is an iconic.
Watched it every week.
Did you?
Oh, I loved the show. Bo and Luke were great. Roscoe P. Coltrane, come on now.
Remember, we had what's her face in the studio?
We had
Daisy Duke there in the studio. Yep.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
For the good, which David may think is a bad or an ugly, we go to North Carolina, where a large ball python was found in a Chili's parking lot.
Oh.
It had been an escaped pet that had been gone for 2 months. Christian Schnell got her snake back and said, "That beautiful snake is my baby girl, Una. She's the best snake anyone could ever have, and I've been missing her deeply for the past 2 months."
You can have her.
Just trying to get some baby back ribs, that's all. Just heading to Chili's. For the bad, we go to Australia, where mysterious black balls that washed up on beaches were initially suspected to be tar balls, but turned out to be miniature fatbergs containing human feces. They thought it was tar balls resulting from an unknown oil spill, but now confirmed they contained cooking oil, soap scum, industrial chemicals, drug residue, hair, and human feces. And they were washing up on the beaches. Associate Professor John Bevy said, "The smell is absolutely disgusting. They smell worse than anything you've ever smelled." So red tide's not as bad as fatbergs washing up on the beaches.
Apparently so.
And finally, the ugly. We go to the Mattel Toy Company, which has a whole new set of Wicked dolls. The movie Wicked is about to premiere. It's a big deal.
Right.
The Broadway musical that did so well, now turned into a film.
Mm-hmm.
Big deal.
Right.
So they have a new line of Wicked dolls that they're selling. The problem is they had to apologize after inadvertently directing customers from its new line of dolls to a porn site.
How does that happen?
A website printed on the box of new toys intended to direct customers to the movie's official landing page instead directed them to a pornographic website that shares the same name as the forthcoming movie. Mattel was made aware of the issue over the weekend. It's unclear how many toys were affected by the misprint, but the company said they were primarily sold in the U.S.
And think of who is going to be going on that site.
Yep.
Golly.
And that, David, is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com, capecops.com, where they're paying $10,000 for new officers.
So we have like 8 college basketball games tonight involving ranked teams. There's no matchup where 2 ranked teams are playing one another. I'm most interested 7 o'clock tonight. The Gators are a 23.5-point favorite at home against Grambling. I'm just interested to see the reaction that Todd Golden gets from the crowd after the story broke on Friday. First home game since the story broke that accuses him of harassment and stalking of female students on campus. So just curious. NBA, NHL action tonight. The Cavs are putting, do you know Cleveland's now 11-0?
Yes, I do.
Cavs are in Chicago to face the Bulls. One of 5 games going on in the NBA tonight. If you're into the association, Clippers at Thunder, probably the best game since both teams have winning records. NHL, I believe, has 6 games tonight. Neither of the Florida teams are playing.
Carolina and Vegas, pretty good game for what it's worth.
Yes, I would agree with that. For whatever reason, on Veterans Day, and you can watch it on ESPN Plus, but Montreal's at Buffalo, and I believe they dropped the puck at 12:30. So if you're looking for something to watch this afternoon,
I might bet it. I got a 30% boost on an NHL game.
well, Canadians are 4-9-2. Sabres are 500. Bet accordingly. By the way, the Winnipeg Jets are 14-1. Not
Yes,
that
they
anybody
are.
cares. All right, I got the Rams tonight.
I'm right there with you. Miami doesn't beat good teams, David.
Or even pretty good teams. David Sampson, Pat Kerwin tomorrow. See you then. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.